Whatever, we've heard the song before. It's cool. It's cool. Hello? Hello? Yeah. Whoa! Load game. Here we go. Lock in. We're back in there. I don't know if there's anything I can really do. How much money do I have? Mandragora. Oh, I could go sing karaoke. Oh, let's go sing some karaoke. I'm sure Draft will save you. I'll praise that they added so you can make it out of Oracle. Oh, we got the Fentline. We got the Fentline right here. She on the Fent. This dude's also on the Fent, bro. It's bad. Oh, it's so bad. Hey, can y'all quit making out, please? Sky, why? Hey, I'm ordinary! Yeah! We ordinary. Let's go! Hey! Today is Showa Day. There's no school. Come to think of it, I should be able to connect to the internet now. I could try playing the game that Junpei gave me. I got hecking free time. I don't have a persona for you yet, so I can't interact with you. I think what I want to do, I could look at my computer. Am I about to get a persona from my desk? There's nothing going on. Okay, what could I do today? I don't think there's anything that I can really do right now. Let me use this. You can now use a computer in your room to play Innocent Sin Online. Playing the game will take up time, but you might meet new people. Ooh, I can meet new people here? Hold on. Hold on. Should I spend time at my desk until nighttime? Let's play the MMO. Autumn, the year 1990X. I have one new message from Phil. Reality is just a series of events and players acting out what they believe to be true. When we accept that fact, our world becomes as real as any other. Reality is but a reflection of our own thoughts and expectations. But what if we were merely reflections in someone else's mirror? Are you prepared to look through that mirror to discover the truth? I'm in Shinagawa Dungeon. I don't see any other players. A girl in red approaches me. Sup? XD? As hell? Oh wait, are you a nub? You are, huh? Oh wow, you haven't even finished making your car yet. Guess the new default skin thing was for real. I got this cool outfit in the patch too. Not like it brought in many new people. This is kind of a dead MMO these days. Welcome to the game. Cool to see ya around. Who are you? Sorry, I got kind of ook there. What does OOC mean? We are supposed to be our alternate selves, right? Yeah. So what are you gonna call your All I see is no data. Hey, I got a good name for you. How about Tatsuya? Yeah, that's perfect in my opinion. I'll change mine to Maya, okay? Who are you? Have a little deja vu? I don't get it. Figures, it's been a while. I played that game so much in college. Bro, what? Oh, what are y'all talking about? You ever make that game or something? Paragon? What? What? I didn't see that. Oops. Hope you can't figure out how old I am. No way, I'm usually idling here on my days off. Okay. So if you're bored, maybe we can level together. It sucks to be lonely. I've become acquainted with a player who goes by the name Maya.
I am thou.
Who the heck is Maya?
Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest.
Wait, I bet whenever I max this out, I get to see Maya in person.
The Hermit Arcana.
Oh, this is Hermit. I remember hearing Hermit in Persona 5. Online game. Sorry, gotta go. Remember, let's think positive. Traced? Oh. Highest player signed off. I decided to log out as well. That took all day. That took the entire day. Fire. Yo, what's up? Oh yeah, you can use that computer over there whenever you want, by the way. You can put whatever software you want onto it too. Oh, but don't play online games on it. It'd suck if someone else accidentally used your account. You can use the shared computer in the first floor lounge for research or to run purchase software. All software is single use only and can be purchased from Manga Star Net Cafe. Like many activities, using the computer will take up a portion of your day. Interesting. I wonder how often I'll be doing that. But where even is this computer? Oh, I can use this computer! Digital cram school, so I spend my time using the computer. PC software for freely learning about a variety of subjects. What is this gonna do? I don't think I need to do that right now. Let me go and level up my abilities. Or my social linking ability. Yeah, wait, do I have enough courage to go in here yet? Plucked up my courage and stepped into the... Let's go! We in the club getting lit today. Bro, I'm never getting a girlfriend. Who do we go mingle with? Can we make a friend here? Okay. Fortune teller. I feel a strange aura around you. In my mind, I see visions, people's past, presents, and futures. For most people, I see clearly and far ahead. But you are different. Your future is filled with both blinding light and stagnant shadows. I can see but a small portion. What lies beyond that is shrouded in mystery. What a peculiar fate you carry. Now, young man, bearer of light and shadow, if you wish to know more about the near future, come and talk to me. I will share my limited vision with you. Speak to the fortune teller at the Club Escapade. To learn your future, a positive reading will affect the next journey you make into Tartarus. Why is there just a fortune teller in the club? It doesn't even make sense. Inside of a club, the results of the fortune will only last for the day you receive the fortune. You have a limited number of readings available to you in a given month, which results resets each full moon. Escapade. The fortune teller will not be able to predict your future on nights when the moon is full, so you have to plan your visit around the phase of the moon. Oh, it appears that there has been a change within you. Well, allow me to provide you with the new fortune befitting the unusual light that you hold within. You are now able to select a new fortune, rarity fortune. Now tell me, what shall it be? Would you like to know your fortune? Do I have to pay for this? How much it cost? My agents around the toy so you will be turned in tower tonight. You turn the other day for fortune. Bruh. Bruh. Okay, is there anybody else I can talk to? Wait. How about you? Anything dramatic happening in your life? Yeah. As sounds totally looking whatever it is. Bro, what?
Welcome.
Want to make an impression, you're going to must. Oh, this is really good, but what the heck? This is not good at all. My goat playing Pete. What's up, Jeff? How you doing?
Why, thank you.
By any time you need a little sparkle.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, aren't you a little too young to be here? As you can stay if you don't cause any trouble. Man, you look pretty young. Yeah, I got him. Inner drunkenness, emptiness. I better stay away. Okay. Oh, what's over here?
I've got some juicy in.
This is certainly a fascinating forum. Are you interested in dark web too? I collect information from various people about interesting sites and forums. If you want, I can tell you some info, top secret stuff even. There's an informant at clubs who will help sell you notes from URLs scrawled on them. Entering the address on a public computer might reveal some secrets about the city. I know with the URL of a message board full of rumors about I know with the URL of a covert site about a familiar school. I guess? What does that do for me? Thanks, I'll be on the search for more exquisite info. I don't know what that does. I was playing that like an hour ago. Crazy. You hear about P6? Yes! That's the reason why I'm playing this. Excuse me. The reason I'm playing this game, I want to get ready for Persona 6. There is absolutely nothing going on up here. You can use those at a computer at the dorm. Ooh! I might just do that. Very random place that is. Alright, let's game for tonight. Let's game! That's a rank up, baby! Never mind. It's not. I was trolling. I'm lying. I'm a troll. I look up in the sky. But I can hear people talking.
Hey, listen!
I spent my entire day off at the night cafe. You can play computer games there, so I ended up trying a bunch of different ones.
Serious?
At the cafe, I knew that they sell computer software there, but I didn't realize you could use them in the private booths too. It's always so packed there though, so I never feel like going. Yeah, I was super crowded yesterday too. It was a miracle I managed to get my own room booth. Next time I'll just buy the game. It's probably more relaxing to play it at home anyways. First bell is rung. So now that I've made that friend the hermit, now I can probably play a bunch of different games with her, maybe.
All right.
I'm Edogawa, and I'll be teaching, let's call it integrative learning. My goal is to ease some of the stress you suffer as students, of which I assume there is plenty. Think of it as psychotherapy through magic. Yes, that's right. Quiet down. No talking. Silence, I say. Were you surprised to hear me bring magic up? Well, this study was very recently published, so it's not well known just yet. But those who believe will be saved. In other words, the placebo effect is hard at work. That means believe your studies are paying off, and eventually they will. Alright then, let's get on with our first lecture, the basics of magic. Who can use magic and who cannot? That seems like a reasonable enough start point. Some of you may think magic lets you do absolutely anything. Pulling pranks, raining vengeance on your enemies. Well, if those are the first wishes that run through your mind when it comes to magic, then I'll tell you now, you'll never master the craft. This is true of both Eastern and Western sorcery. I was about to say society. Those with wicked hearts will be either powerless or driven to ruin. There's one more vital facet to learning magic, and that is the master. Practitioners should always aspire to become as knowledgeable as their predecessors, especially if they intend to study high-level magic. But without a master's, I keep spitting all over the place. Without a master's careful instruction, learning the craft becomes wholly impossible. Once you've begun more training, you'll have to live in two worlds at once, the real world and the dark realm. If you ever lose the ability to distinguish between the two, then you'll be headed straight for disaster. Yo, this dude just keeps yapping, Destiny. That's what makes the guidance of a master absolutely vital. With all that out of the way, I'll move on to the meditation on the standards in magical training. Now, I've got some handouts here for you. I'm feeling sleepy. Should I close my eyes for a minute? I can feel the teacher's glare as I start nodding off. It's like my courage is being tested. Oh yeah. Maybe I should stay awake for academics. I level them all up together, maybe. Class is ended for the day. Ooh! I could level you up. Let's do it! That's his whole thing, talking a lot. Yo, this dude's a yapper, bro.
Hey.
Let's hang out today. I probably should have read all of that. I think that teacher pissed me off with all that reading. Anyways, I'm gonna head out soon. How about you? Looks like somebody wants to hang out. I feel like yes. No, you can't come. Cool, let's hang out then. Let's do it. Oh, and then guess what? Bright upset about reading in a Persona games. Yo, that dude was yapping about a whole bunch of nothing. I can feel my bond with Tomochika grow stronger as we spend time together. I feel like our relationship will grow stronger soon. It's almost dark. I just have to go back to the dorm. Welcome back. Thanks. Let's look at this stuff on the computer, I think. Let me see what the URL leads to. The title forum looks like a message board for locals. The most recently updated topic is secret about the vending machine in front of the station. I'll take a look at this thread. Anonymous Sin, when are they gonna fix that vending machine? Wait, what's the secret? You can actually still buy drinks that are marked as sold out. The machine's broke, so there's drinks marked sold out when it's not. Just press the button I recommend, the 4-biotic pack. The 4-biotic pack looks like drinks that are marked as sold out can still be bought. I should try out the vending machine in front of Iwatodai Station. Bro, I can go check that out. Bro, Iwatodai Station, remember that. I gotta remember to go to that.
Morning.
Morning. It's been pretty warm lately, hasn't it? Well, it's already May. Isn't it crazy how fast time flies? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Seriously, and a lot's happened. And I'm sure there's a lot more to come too. Apathy syndrome might not go away anytime sooner, either. Since we're the only ones who can fight shadows, maybe we should be working harder. Besides, I need to get stronger too. I can't have someone else protecting me all the time. I like the determination to be better, Takaba. Hey, did you hear?
Son's getting
Okay.
checked up at the hospital today. He called me earlier and asked me to bring him something. Yep, he knows who to count on.
He only asked you because you don't have anything better to do after school.
Dang. Real.
Hey, I resent that.
Just kidding. So, what do you want you to bring?
The class roster for 2E.
Class roster? What's he want that for? Well, I don't have practice today, so I guess I'll come along and find out.
Oh, I need to go to the faculty office.
Right?
Ah, sure, I'll come.
Cool.
Wait a minute.
What? Is there a problem?
Yeah, is there a problem?
Well, it was me, he asked.
Oh! It's a new character.
Is Sonata-san in this room?
This dude looks like he has aura.
What are all of you doing here?
We came to see you, but you look like you're doing just fine.
That's because I'm just here for a checkup.
We done here, Aki?
Yeah, thanks.
I don't have time for this shit. You're... Never mind.
So much aura. What's up, Timbo?
Who was that?
A friend from school. Sort of. You know how the number of apathy syndrome cases has been increasing? Well,
Uh-huh.
he knows a few people who are suffering from it. So, I thought we'd have a little chat. Hey, Junpei, did you bring what I asked?
Of course I did.
Thanks. All right, let's get going.
Should you be moving your arm around so much?
I'm fine. I've wasted enough time already. I need to get back to my training.
Oh.
By the way, Senpai, why boxing?
You mean, why did I choose the sport? Well, it's not the sport itself I like. I just wanted to learn how to fight with my bare hands. I know what it's like to feel powerless. I don't ever want to feel that way again. Besides, I'm
Backstory.
curious to see how strong I can get.
Backstory.
It's like a game. Only I'm competing against myself.
That's one way of looking at it. But hey, I got you. I'm into games too.
Yeah, video games.
No, but like fighting games.
Whatever.
Wait, when can I increase my confidence with them, bro? I haven't been able to like hang out with them yet.
Oh, it's you.
Welcome back. Garden Akiko recovery. It seems you'll still need some more time, but there's no need to rush things. You've all been working hard. Use a long weekend to rest. As said, there's been an uptick in numbers of incidents lately, so don't be careless. I can't seem to shake this bad feeling I have. Perhaps it's just a necessary concern on my part.
Hey,
Is there any time I can hang out with you guys? Whoa! Was that guy's on his hospital room you think is a friend? They didn't seem like
You
friends.
really think so?
Bruh, can I hang out with you guys ever, please? I want to hang out with you guys. I want to hang out. We got another Fent leaner. Holy, more Fent. Oh. Very good. Oh, holy fentanyl. Holy fentanyl. Holy fentanyl. Holy fentanyl. Holy fent. Oh! Yes, sir! 5 SP's terrible. Hey! Wait, these do the same thing. These are the same thing. This is probably the best. Ballerinas all night long. What does it mean? By you. It says it's out of stock. How do I buy it still? Am I missing something? I thought I could still buy. They lying. Hey. 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 How I be for you, holy fence. The good and bad news stories you had as I drift across the sky. Turns high, so good night. Do I want to get a charm? Wait, can I see what everybody else did? Hold on. Network. Set it in your room. Use a shared computer. Made use of karaoke. Played at arcade. I think I'm gonna use the computer. Nights, let me paint a view. Okay, use a shared computer, get some more information. My controller's breaking. Okay, school site notes. What can we get from this? Let me see what this URL leads to. Okay. Moonlight Channel looks like an unofficial forum for GeckoCon High. Topics include things like third years only and who do you think is hot. Seems like the newest topic is anyone trying to taiyaki at the school store. I'll take a look at this. Never seen this on sale. Why is there such a limited amount? I saw someone complain to the vendor about this. Good news that taiyaki is going to be a permanent item now. I asked about it and apparently there were a lot of requests for it. Sounds like they'll have it in stock daily now. Wait, so we can seriously get it? Whenevs now? Whenevs? This game is so old, bro. I'm gonna get one. Seems like a special taiyaki will be available at the school store. Maybe I should take a look next time I'm there. Yeah, I'll do that. And then we're gonna go to the faculty offices tomorrow if we have school. Okay, I'm glad I should head to bed. Okay. If we have extra time, we're gonna go to the faculty offices so we can talk to Mitsuru, I think that's her name. I don't remember any of these names yet, dude. I can hear people talking. Golden Week starts tomorrow. Do you have any plans? Not really, but I'm not gonna miss tomorrow's show.
Oh, totally.
You're talking about the Tanaka's amazing comedies, right? When I hear that jingle, I can't resist buying something. I never miss it when it's on Sunday afternoons. I'm about to go broke. A shopping program that airs on Sunday afternoons. Since tomorrow's Sunday, maybe I'll tune in on the TV in my room to watch it. Ooh, I can do that tomorrow. First bell is rung. Class time. Class is ended. I can't build my confidant. Let's go to the... I think I need to go to the faculty office, but I kind of want to... I want to go shop for the taiyaki first, and then faculty office, because I don't think... Okay. Let me quit relaxing and sitting back. Cheers. Yo, Diggy.
Oh, yes.
Got some questions as soon as I started bringing those to you every day. You know what? It's a bit high. Sorry, I started to ramble. The major taiyaki delicious even if you chill or fry it to try it out. Lukewarm taiyaki can now be bought at the school store. Who am I gonna need the taiyaki for, bruh?
Come again.
Who do I need a taiyaki for? I'm not gonna buy that yet. Let's go to this faculty office. Okay, I need to go to the other side. And then I can talk to them about the thing.
Oh, what can I do for you?
About student council?
Ah, yes. Kirijo-san filled me in.
Kirijo.
All we need is your signature, so read through this and sign here. All right, looks good. You can leave the rest to me. Good luck in student council.
Okay, you now have access to the student council room. Let's go to the student council room. That's the library. Nurse's office. Where's the student council room? Home economics? No. Where's student council? Art room? No. Oh! We could hang out with her. Or student council. There's a note that says meetings Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So Monday, I can come here. Thank you, bro. Okay. I'll come talk to her on Monday. Well, I guess we can hang out with her today. I don't think I have any money to do anything else. Let's hang out, Yuko. Actually gotten to head out now to do some shopping for the track team, like buying athletic tape and stuff. There's a lot of, so I'd be nice if I had an extra hand or two to carry everything. Hint, hint. Feel like I might, yo, she like me, yeah. She said a hint, hint.
Thanks.
Ooh, cool, thanks. Can't rely on the other team members at all. You get it, right? Okay, then, off to Mall. The Paul Mall.
Okay, shopping for club stuff is done.
Let's
Thanks for
go.
meeting with me. Didn't realize there was so much to buy.
Also, I wasn't really in the mental state to do this alone today.
What happened?
Oh, nothing major. I was exaggerating a bit.
I just asked her what happened. That's a 3-star right there?
It's still bothering me, though. On today's classic literature pop quiz, I didn't know any of the answers. And before I knew it, I dozed off. I ended up handing in a blank paper.
A blank paper? That's bad. It wasn't your fault. I mean, it is your fault and that is bad, but I feel like she's the type... In order to be a master manipulator here, I need to like make her feel good. I guess it wasn't your fault.
I know, right? I didn't do it on purpose. But then Mr. Akoda got all pissed off. He called me to the faculty office and told me I had to write a reflection essay. I had to listen to Mr. Akoda.
Nah, that's your fault, bro.
This time. He was all like, this rate you'll end up as a good-for-nothing adult. And you're not putting enough thought into your future. Come on, it's way too early to worry about the future, isn't it? We're still just teenagers.
That's true.
Right?
Oh my gosh!
Now, while we still can. Honestly, I haven't really thought about my future at all. I'm working hard for the track team, so I think that's good enough for now. As for the future, well, I've got plenty of time to think about it later.
She's smiling happily. I feel like her relationship has grown. Holy!
I guess this isn't the best place for a long conversation. Huh. I'm gonna go drop these off at the storage room. See ya.
Gee, now let's keep
Ouch!
Whoa.
Ow!
Hey, it's dangerous to be running around here. Wait, aren't you?
Oh, Auntie Yuko.
How many times do I have to tell you? You can call me Big Sis, nothing else.
Oh no, they're gonna catch me. See ya, Auntie!
Hey, wait! And he's gone. That kid lives across the street.
Nah,
from
this
me.
game's such a
Why
vibe.
on earth are they playing tag in a place like this? I mean, it's dangerous, right? You should go play in the schoolyard or something. Oh no, the school gate is gonna close soon. I'll see you at practice.
Okay. Dang, bruh. We're saying goodbye to Yuko. Decided to go back to my dorm. Not gonna lie, bro. We cooked so hard there.
Welcome back.
Subbed it. Finally, a 3-day weekend starts tomorrow. Asked some peeps if they wanted to hang out, but the only ones interested were guys. Yeah, best use your time wisely and need to remind you that midterms are quickly approaching. And here I was thinking I could just live in blissful ignorance for a few days. Looks like they're all down to go to Tartarus, but there's not really much that we can do. I could go farm some stuff there, but I kind of want to like... make some money going there, but like there's nothing for me to do there really. You feel me? All right, we got a whole bunch of fentanyl doers out here. Yeah, I can't do anything. I need more money. Okay, let me see if I can go buy more at the station, buy more SP, and then I guess we could do a run of Tartarus. Do a run of Tartarus, and then we'll have more money to do more gaming stuff. What do you mean? I thought I could buy things that are out of stock. Yo, I must be missing something. Did they not say I can buy things that are out of stock? Is there another one here that I can buy from? What? Yo, I must be missing something. Do 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 do. All right, let's go to TARDIS. Let's go level up at Tartarus. I don't think there's really anything else that I can do currently, right? Because I have no money. Let's go make some money. Money is good. Let's go make money.
All right.
I think we can start from the beginning.
Alright, just leave everything to yours truly. Look at it. Wandering around.
Two weak enemies. You have the initiative. All right. The enemy's down. Focus. All right. You won. Good work out there.
Absolutely nothing from that, okay?
Alright then, moving on.
We keep leveling.
This really is the school, huh? That here looks kind of familiar.
Move it, move it, move it.
There's a shadow!
Keep moving. You can auto-play easy fights? Yeah.
Threat to us.
Did you say there are no threats? Should I rush him?
Don't slow down.
Wow.
Takeba finished the enemy.
Not so fast!
Holy, you're bad.
Avoided it.
We're gonna gain XP. I don't need health right now. Oh, my pixie leveled up. Hey! Increase the chance of being afflicted with confused. Okay, good. That's good.
Alright, now.
What else? What else?
Hey, let's loot that chest.
Yep, and we got a chest. Come on now. A guard band? Hold on. I don't think I've seen that one before. Endurance, rug, still van, boost defensive endurance slightly. What is in, I don't know if I need that yet.
Keep your eyes peeled.
I'm peeled.
We
Can
could head
teleport now.
back. It's your call.
We are not heading back. We're on the third floor.
Showed up during class. Then I'd have a legit reason to skip.
Could you please stop thinking? Stop getting in our way.
Press the attack.
Holy.
Finish the enemy.
One damage. Holy.
Well done. Let's continue exploring.
Alright then, moving on.
We got ourselves a ship.
Easy collapse.
All right. The enemy's down.
Holy.
Done. Let's continue exploring.
Give me that. XP up.
And that's a wrap, folks.
We are not leveling up. But at least we're getting items and some money from killing all these things. And these items that we're going to pick up from the ground are
Hey,
also
let's
really
loot
good.
that chest.
Yes, that's really good. Anytime I can get more SP, we're chilling. Anytime we get more SP, we're chilling.
It's a treasure chest.
Where? Easy clappage.
All right. The enemy's down.
just like last time.
Great work out there.
Oh, the Arcana! Yes, 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 yes.
Alright then.
We
moving on.
keep moving. Huh?
Can we slow down for a sec? Hey, don't leave me behind.
Bruh. You better pick your knees up. Heal the pocket.
For some action.
Let's see
These guys might
Looks
take
like
a
the
little bit
enemy's
more
weak to
time.
ice.
what to do.
Nicely done. Enemy eliminated. Here's your chance. You can target a reward. Nicely done. Enemy eliminated. I have to do this.
Ooh yeah! Da 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 da. Where my shovels at, bro?
Alright, let's get moving. Hey, doesn't that test look kind of different?
That is nothing. All these HP items don't matter because I'm taking no damage. Because I'm literally Himothy.
Is that treasure?
I'm Himothy. A soul drop, yes! I love soul drops. Anything that gives me more SP is amazing. Amazing. Hello? I'm back. Where we at? I got the Hermit Arcana from playing on the computer with Maya. It's 5/2. We got a 3-day weekend, so show is coming up. I have access to the community computer. I spent time. I leveled up my strength with Yuko to 2. I hung out with the magician confidant. I forgot his name. I got into the escapade, the club. My courage is level 2.
There's a shadow.
There. You can go for a weakness. Nicely done. Enemy eliminated. 2 enemies remaining. You can do it.
Holy, keep hitting him. I don't know if there's anything else that we've done yet. Anything else that's like really crazy.
That's a wrap, folks. Down the stairs.
And now I'm doing TARDIS because I have no money to do anything else currently. No money to do anything else right now.
We gotta keep moving.
We got ourselves a shadow here.
Pretty good stuff.
Stop getting in our way.
No, no.
Press the attack. Nicely done. Enemy eliminated. 2 enemies remaining. You can do it. Well done. Let's continue exploring.
Oh, we're so healthy, bro.
Yeah. Who's up next?
So healthy. Too healthy even.
Oop, I spy some treasure.
Voluntary, is this a good way to like make money going from the bottom to the top? Dang, bro. Relax.
How's everyone feeling? Miss?
Dang, this dude's mad elusive on the ground. Freaking goobers.
Alright, let's get moving.
Freaking goobers. Power bands. Looking pretty good, looking pretty good, looking pretty good. Absolutely nothing in this room. Very good, very good.
Yo, there's a shadow.
Very good stuff.
What should I do?
Let's see.
Nicely done. Enemy eliminated.
Disturbing the peace. Look into my eyes. Ooh.
Well done. Let's continue.
Meh, 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 meh.
Okay.
I'm getting no shuffles though. But these guys have no HP, so I don't think I get a.
Is that?
I don't think I'll get a shuffle anyways, because I'll just blow them all up. I'll just blow them up if I do any of that.
Two enemies detected. They're no threat to us.
Not so fast.
Excellent. You avoided it. Nicely done. Enemy eliminated. You won.
Easy
Now
claps.
let's move on.
This is a card that I've had before, but I just used it. So should I get her again? Is she worth getting again? Maybe to fuse, or should I get XP? Actually, Voltaire sent me a list of things in order of what to get them. So let me look at. Look at what's actually good. I think new cards is good, but I don't know if it's like the goodest. I don't know if it's the goodest. Hold on. New persona. Okay, this is a persona that I don't have. This is a persona I don't have, though. I'll get it. Fuck it. It's not a new persona. I've had it. I guess I could.
Now, back to business.
Thank you for the likes on YouTube. Keep liking it up. We continue forward.
Down the stairs. All right, squad, move out. One teleporter sighted. They'll take us back to the
Keep moving. I'm
entrance,
top
but
500
we
Persona
gotta
3
be
now. No, you're not. You don't know what you're on about.
We
Two
got
weak
the upper
enemies. You
hand.
have the initiative.
Focus.
I'll go with. Never mind.
There. You can go for a weakness.
Okay, we can probably get some shuffles off of these guys, maybe.
Eliminated. The enemy's dead.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Disturbing the peace. More XP, baby. This is so good for making a lot more money. So I can go buy more things.
Well done. Two weak enemies. You have the initiative. All right. The enemy's down. Looks like the enemy's weak to ice. You should be able to hit a weak spot.
We'll do this so that I can get the all-out attack, so I can get the shuffle, so I can get the second Arcana card, so I get way more XP through the rest of the run. Yeah, sir. Arcana burst, baby. I kinda want some money, no cap. I kinda want like $10,000. I kinda want a lot of money.
For our next fight.
Oh my money! See, we're already rich. We're already getting rich as heck. That's hecking heck. But now I should get way more.
Let's get cracking.
You should be able to hit All right, the enemy's down.
You're on a roll.
Here's your chance. You can target a weakness.
Very good, very good.
Keep that up, Iori. You should be able to hit a weak spot.
Ooh, baby. Give me my extra money. Money. I'm getting so much money. Oh, this is good. This is good. This is really good.
It's a treasure chest.
I bet there is a treasure chest somewhere.
You're weak enemy. You have the initiative. All right, the enemy's down.
Make him use Aggie so that I save all of my SP for bigger, badder enemies later down in this run. Because I'm trying to make it all the way to the highest floor so I can get really, really rich. Want hecking money. I want a lot of money.
Be gone. Just kidding.
Let's do the same thing for our next fight.
Is there any way to see how much money? Okay, I have $6,000. Okay, I think I get $10,000, then we're going back to XP. Make sure my guys are leveled up.
Time for a fight.
All right, the enemy's down. There, you can go for a weakness. Nicely done. Enemy eliminated.
Okay. Now's the time. Yo! Let's finish this.
Holy. Give me that shuffle, baby. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
We did it.
That was a terrible shuffle. At least we got some.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
At least we got some XP from it. Lifestone. No, no, no. We check all areas.
Treasure.
Another lifestone. Very good.
Yo, check out that fence.
Oh yeah.
I'm itching for some action.
What's next?
Oh my critical.
The enemy's down.
Okay. I was not expecting that.
Roger that.
Holy aura!
Here's your chance. You can target a weakness.
Holy aura!
I'm gonna finish the enemy. There, you can go for a weakness.
Ooh yeah! Da 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 da! Baby, baby! Ooh yeah! Oh, $1,000 is so good. I would like to get extremely rich. I would like to get extremely rich. Extremely rich. Keep it moving, 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 keep it moving. We don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling, yeah. Feel like.
2 enemies detected. They're no threat to us. There, you can go for a weakness.
Now that. Let's see.
I guess we'll do it. So I just don't get hit at all. It doesn't even matter if we get a hit though, to be honest. But I want to get the showdown attack. Show that I can get some type of shuffle. The shuffles give me more money and potentially more XP. I'm optimizing my experience to be as rich as possible. Ooh yeah. Yeah, more money.
Oh, pretty well.
Well done. 2 weak enemies. You have the initiative. You should be able to hit a weak spot.
Persona.
All right, the enemy's down.
You're on a roll.
Here's your chance. You can target a weakness.
Disturbing the peace. Look into my eyes. Yeah, we're getting so much money. We're gonna be able to buy whatever we want. We're gonna be able to buy whatever the heck we want. Anything that we've ever wanted, we're gonna be able to get that.
2 weak enemies. You have the initiative.
Never mind.
You should be able to hit a
Can I get somebody else that has Bufu, bro? I don't want to use Bufu all the time.
Good. That's one less to worry about.
Got your back. I'll give him hell.
All out attack, baby! Something about behind my back. I think I got a good amount of money, right? I think I got 10,000, right? Oh yeah, we're more than 10,000. So now anytime we are going to go for, we're gonna go for the XP now so that my guys will level up. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. If I get my guys to level up, then we illin'. Then we illin'.
Oh, can we go up those?
We're already halfway through the entire Tartarus already. We're wreaking havoc. Very good, very good.
Yo, there's a shadow.
Looks like the enemy's weak to ice.
What to do?
I guess I'll do it. I guess I'll be the one to do it, because y'all can't do it. Y'all just can't do it.
The enemy's down.
Y'all just can't do it. Jack Frost. All out attack. Oh, yeah. I guess a lightning card would be good so that they can use that in the fight. We're taking no damage, so he doesn't have to waste all of his money. I mean SP. No, we're not done here. We're not done. You thought this was over?
Hey, there's a treasure.
It's about to be over. This is the last boss. This is the last fight in this area.
Two weak enemies.
Holy. Holy.
Nicely done. Enemy eliminated. Here's your chance. You can target a weakness.
I'm using all of my SP. Okay, I need some ice skills. Get some ice skills to let other people use their ice skills, bruh. Money. I can buy whatever the heck I want.
Nailed it. Nice going, Junpei.
Oh, 900 yen. Let's go. I'm so rich. I'm rich. I need to come back here for a month. And then we're going to go to a dungeon and make even more money.
We don't see
Okay,
that
yeah,
coming
I
from
think,
Dom.
yeah, after today, I don't think I'll need to go for another money run and I can just get holy.
Hey,
Holy. No more money run, just go for XP run.
Two weak enemies. You have the initiative.
I'm not leveling up at all right now.
All right. The enemy's down.
I'm not leveling up. This is the one right here. This is the one I level up on. Disturbing the peace. Give me more XP. I'm making hecking money today.
Let's do the same thing for our next fight.
Oh, that's good. I don't know what that is. Was it worth it?
We could head back, but
No, no, no. We would do that if we were scared. Ain't nobody's. Oh my yen!
Look at it.
W yen, W yen. Good yen.
Three targets. They're weak, so let's finish them quick.
What to do? Never mind. Let's see.
Oh, this is good.
pull the trigger.
This is good.
Finish the enemy.
Now you got it. And we're gonna finish these bad boys off.
Should be able to hit a weak spot. Good. That's one less to worry about.
It's too late for apologies. That's that. Shuffle XP, baby. Money. Yo, we are rich. We are rich.
doing pretty well.
No level up? but it's okay because we are rich. We got 7 more floors, and we should be extremely up in money
Here's your chance.
by then.
Target a weakness. All right, the enemy's down.
Bam!
All right, the enemy's down.
Get it, Junpei! What a nice, cozy game to play, bro. All out attack, baby. After this, we're gonna progress the story a lot after this. After this run of getting mad money. Nobody leveled up still? Jeez. We are so high level. We need to play on higher levels, higher floors. It'll be good if we can get through this without using any points. Not any points, any items. Because then we will have had more XP and a lot more money. More money.
Keep your eyes peeled.
It's really important. Really important that we're having a lot more money.
The hero's gotta have a sword, yeah?
2 enemies detected. They're no threat to us.
Yeah, we must be on the highest of all levels, bruh.
You should be able to hit a weak spot. All right, the enemy's down.
You're on a roll.
This is our.
XP, baby. Nobody leveled up still. Yo, do I need 2 billion XP to level up now?
Can we go up those stairs?
Jeez. I must need 2 billion.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
Well done. Three targets. They're weak, so let's finish them quick.
I have to do this.
Looks like they're getting a little stronger now. Never mind. Never mind. Junpei!
You can do it. You already taken one down.
Disturbing the peace. Look into my eyes. Loving about behind my back.
Did you see that? Nailed it. Nice going, Junpei.
Okay. Keep it moving. Only 4 more floors, and then we're done with this for today.
All right, let's keep moving. Oop, I spy some trip.
Okay, I think I'm gonna use SP after this fight.
2 enemies detected. They're no threat to us.
Wait. 4 Bufu. Okay, it's gonna be 4 no matter what. Okay. Yeah.
All right, the enemy's down.
You're on a roll.
Here's your chance. You can target a weakness.
All right. You're done for. Oh yeah. Da 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 da.
Did you see that?
I'm not leveling up.
Nice going, Junpei.
I feel like I should maybe just go for the money at this point. If I'm not leveling up even a smidgen.
Is that?
Time to show you what I got.
You should be able to hit a weak spot.
Bro, I want Bufu.
All right, the enemy's down.
Roger that.
Here's your chance. You can target a weakness.
Holy.
Target will finish the enemy.
You finished the last one, baby.
There, you can go for a weakness.
Very good. Attack! Ooh, yeah. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Level up,
Did you see that?
please. I'm still not leveling up. Yo, killing that final boss gave me so much money. I'm not gonna level up until we get past this whole area. I think I'm gonna go back to just getting money, bro. I think I'm gonna go back to just getting money.
3 enemies. They shouldn't be a problem.
And none of you guys, yo.
Now's the time.
Okay, that hurt a little bit.
Looks like the enemy's weak to ice. The enemy's weak to electricity.
Time to shine. Now's my chance.
The enemy's down. Good hit.
Go for it.
There, you can go for a weakness.
Persona.
Nicely done. Enemy eliminated.
Ooh, yeah. Da 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 da.
The enemy's
Give me XP. Are we sure? I don't need I haven't taken any damage. Actually, I have taken a little bit of damage. Aye! Finally!
Nailed it. Nice going, Junpei.
Okay. 3 more floors. And then we're progressing with the story. Why'd they do that for this?
Chest often. Let's not pass it up. One
Show
enemy.
you what I
No
got.
match for you.
Pull the trigger. I won't lose.
All right. I hope.
Hello, sir. Love the content, champ. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you. I'm glad you like the content. Holy. Okay, now I'm taking some damage.
What's next?
There, you can go for a weakness.
Ooh, yeah. Da 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 da. Baby, baby.
In this situation, pull the trigger.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Give me the XP. Level everybody up. 50 XP. Nice.
Okay, let's keep on it.
50 XP. Nice, nice. That's beautiful. That's beautiful XP amounts right there. Ba-da-ba-da-bam. Ba-dum-bam-bam.
This should help. That's an enemy down. Good job, Takeba.
Let's use this.
Let's finish this.
All right. Ooh, yeah. Da 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 da. I like having some Bufus so somebody else can use it. I like that.
Now it's done.
Hey!
Nailed it.
Level up, baby! Yo, like, what makes that item so good, bruh? Cure certain ailments. Okay. Whatever, bro. Whatever, Brodigi.
One teleporter sighted. It'll take us back to the entrance, but
We are not doing that. Maybe if we were scared. We only got 2 more floors left. We're chilling.
All right, let's get going.
Actually, this might be the last floor.
Oh, what the heck? I thought I saw a shadow, but it's just Junpei.
Bruh.
hold up. Are you saying I look like one?
Nah, that's gotta hurt. 500 yen. Some slight.
A shadow.
Okay, this is probably gonna be a tougher one. Yep, 'cause you got that goober here.
Pull the trigger. Help me.
That's an enemy down. Good job, Takeba.
Thanks. Pick me.
You're up next.
Junpei's up to bat. Here we go.
Yuri's taken one down.
This guy's the last.
Wow,
Let's
good job, Junpei.
I'll give him hell.
Disturbing the peace into my eyes.
Let's see. Suck on that.
If I do this again, will it help me do the all out?
Excellent work. You hit a weak spot.
Oh, he just stays weak. Oh, dude, we're so much better than him. Ooh. Wait, that was kind of tough.
Yeah. Who's up next?
Okay, already been this way. Oh, that's the way up. No. Who else wants this to work before we get out of here?
Well done. We've completely mapped out this area.
Roger that. Should we move on then?
Let's move on. Let's continue.
Oh, stairs.
A nice little item.
It's a treasure chest.
Bro, I hope Persona 6 has really good floors, bro. For this Tartarus version of Persona 6, I hope it's a lot better.
Let's use this.
That's an enemy down. Good job, Takeba.
Leader, go for it.
Here's your chance. You can target a weakness.
Trixie.
This is a
Let's go. The Emperor Persona, I don't know that one. Oh yeah. That's something new. Persona Overstock. We'll get rid of this priestess for sure.
Nailed it. Nice.
What do you do? Bufu and Bash. Tarkaja, hold on. That's good. I like that. I like that. I like that. Very weird looking thing here. You got like a dude's head on top of your face, but you still have a face.
Three enemies. They shouldn't be a problem. The enemy's down. Good hit. All right. The enemy's down.
What to do? Never mind.
You should be able to hit a weak spot.
Persona.
Now,
Do this, and then hopefully it's Takuba's turn, and then we can do all the. Oh, it actually did a good amount of damage.
In this situation,
I think hopefully this kills him actually. We're pretty strong now. I think if they're below half HP, we can kill those things now. Ether, ether.
and that's how it's done.
Nailed it. Nice going, Faye. Hey, let's loot that chest.
Chest time. Rancid gravy. I'm having no SP right now. I'm still having no SP.
Shadow spotted.
two weak enemies. You have the initiative. There. You can go for a weakness.
Hermes!
Enemy down. Keep that up, Iori.
Go for it!
You should be
Come
able to
here.
hit a weak spot.
Come here!
Now,
Disturbing the beat. Look into my eyes. Something about behind my back. Spirit money.
Going pretty well.
That did go pretty well. We have $18,000. Holy.
Hey, let's loot that chest.
Ooh, made it.
$18,000.
3 targets. They're weak, so let's finish them quick.
What's next?
You should be able to hit a weak spot.
Come, Persona!
All right, the enemy's down.
Man, she's one-shotting those dudes. Look into my eyes, ba-da-ba-da-da-da, something about behind my back. Apologies. All right, we'll go with this.
Let's do the same thing for our next fight.
Okay. It's a furry gem. Enable escape from most battles. Bro, I ain't escaping nothing. When we go into a fight, it's life or death. It's life or death.
Found the stairs.
It's all or nothing. It's nerf or nothing, actually. I think this may be the end. Yeah, this is the end, probably.
We don't see that kind of chest often. Let's not pass it up.
Wait.
Two weak enemies. You have the initiative.
What? Why we got two weak enemies here? What the heck? What are y'all doing on this floor? Y'all trolling? I'll take that money, thank you. Thank you very much. Don't mind if I got 33 XP from that. Holy. Frost Hills. Let's look at these hills, huh? Wait, is she the only person that can wear these? Oh. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Oh, I like that one. That's probably the first thing that I really liked getting. It was better and it had an effect that I didn't have. Like I didn't have any effect.
We got ourselves a shadow here. We got the upper
You
hand.
have the initiative.
Are you serious?
You should be able to hit a
Sorry
weak
shit
spot.
for they boy just got smoked. What are they doing on this floor, bro? They're actually trolling.
Talk about finish the enemy.
We're gonna try this one more time. The reason we're gonna let him do it is because if we let Junpei do it, then he probably would die. And if she shot, she would have been a piercing attack. Got a bunch of goobers on this floor.
Nailed it. Nice going, Junpei.
Whole bunch of goobers.
All right, let's keep moving.
Wait, what's the highest floor I got to?
Hey, there's a treasure.
21? Oh, what's up, unicorn? I thought it was 17. Oh, I'm better than you. I'm actually just better than you.
There, you can go for a weakness.
bruh. Give me that boofoo. Give me that boofoo. How you doing, Unicorn? What you been up to?
All right, the enemy's down.
It's all you.
You should be able to hit a weak spot.
There we go.
Wow, good job.
All out attack, free damage, free shuffle, more XP or money. Get me really rich, and we are chilling, baby. Yeah, I'll go for the 2000. I'll go for the 2000. The fuck? When did you get a Stingray? I just got it, like
Doing pretty well.
on like 2 floors ago, from a shuffle. From a shuffle. Waiting farming on D2 every now and then. I don't know what that first word is. She shuffles my Arcana until I burst. Higher card is generally better. What do you mean by higher card is generally better than what?
Look at it.
Time for a fight.
Oh, I don't like you, bruh.
What to do? Not that.
There, you can go for a weak
So
spot.
Okay.
Now, it's time.
Leave it to me.
it's all you.
Oh. Wait.
Give him hell.
You pick 2 money, like if you haven't experienced 1 and money 2, you pick some money. Oh, yeah, okay.
You hit a weak spot. That dealt some damage.
Let's see.
Getting pretty strong here.
Let's continue exploring.
Hey!
I think I'm getting strong.
Hey! Wait, is that a heal on everybody? Slightly restores parties by how much? I mean, it's way better than Dia. Me Dia. Deals weak wind damage. Oh my Magaru! Oh no, we're gonna go crazy.
You've lost a lot of stamina. Are you all right?
I got 2 more floors. I got 2 more floors. We can make 2 more floors.
Look at it.
This.
He's gonna use all. I have to use all of my stuff to. Oh my gosh.
Two in a row.
You should be able to
Bam,
hit a weak
bam,
spot.
bam.
All right, the enemy's down.
Not that.
Wait, why won't it let me switch? Why won't it let me switch personas?
Never mind.
Here's your chance. You can target a weakness.
Never mind. What's next?
Nicely done. Enemy eliminated.
Give him hell.
Wait, I have Bufu. I have Bufu. I have Bufu. Wait. What? Did I not pick up a Bufu? Nah, we're trolling.
Can't stop me now.
Critical.
Taking one down.
Oh, I love you, Junpei. Yes.
Let's continue exploring.
Oh, that's fire. That's fair. And we just got a life stone back. Oh, dude. It's all coming together nicely.
Spies.
Oh, stairs!
Okay, this is the final floor.
It's a treasure chest.
Leave it all on the line. Okay, looking good, looking good, looking good. Here we got two enemies right next to each other.
What to do?
The enemy's down. Good hit.
Very good.
The enemy's down.
I need so much more. I need way more SP on him. I'm using so much of his SP. I need 2 Cadillion SP. Yeah, I thought I picked up a Bufu card earlier, but I guess I didn't. That's how why you don't have 4? Yeah, bruh.
Nailed it. Nice going, Junpei.
Oh, we also talked to that beanie dude. I don't know his name yet.
You have the initiative. There, you can go for a weakness.
Bufu. What do you mean 4? It's Persona 3. My god.
I can handle it.
It's all you.
Roger that. Now's the time.
Yeah. Oh, you're weak.
What's next?
Hey, pick me. What's the plan?
Takeba, finish the enemy.
Let's see. Let's go.
Holy.
I'll go with.
This is the last time I can use anything. I only have bash. Okay, let's use bash then. Hooray! Whatever. I like the way you're thinking. I learned it from you.
Make it through.
Let's continue.
I learned it from you. Money!
Don't be so reckless. You won't have enough stamina.
This is the last flow. We chilling, girl. Girl, we chilling, girl. Girl, let me tell you something. I've been around the block.
There's a treasure chest.
I've been around the block a few times. I don't know if I need to heal her. I think we're good. I don't think we're gonna have another enemy. But if we do, we will be ready. There's probably another enemy. Okay, maybe not.
Teleporter sighted. They'll take us back to the entrance, but I'm down to keep going.
Keep growing.
Hey,
Okay. Have they introduced the hard enemies yet? Nah, we're still stuck on the 21st floor, remember?
I'll go with.
That's all of my SP.
All right, the enemy's down.
Do it.
In this situation.
In this situation. Wait, why are you making that face?
That's one less to worry about.
What? Look into my eyes. Behind my back. Do nothing. It's too late for apologies. Money!
Be gone. Just kidding.
Just in case, because she's looking a little low. She looking a smidgen low. Are they only weak to one thing? I think some things are weak to more than one thing, but currently, like the first enemy, that's weak to Slash and Aggie.
We got ourselves a shadow here. Look at it.
Holy enemies, bro.
3 enemies. They shouldn't
You be farming more than I do is all? Okay, I won't farm anymore, bro. I'm done farming, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not farming anymore. Oh. This was probably gonna hurt. This was gonna hurt, but it's the last one.
In this situation.
The enemy's down. Good hit.
I'll show
You take it from here.
Just run? You serious? You know who I am?
Let's see.
You just told me to run. Ooh yeah, da 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 da, baby, da 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 da. Ooh yeah, da 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 da, baby, da 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 da. Da 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 da, baby, da 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 da. Ooh yeah, da 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 da. Wait, I have another character that's stronger, I think. 8 strength versus 3 strength versus 5 strength. This one's the best.
Hit. Nice strike.
Damn!
What next?
Holy!
That hit the enemy's weakness. You're doing great, Hakuba.
Oh my God! Don't play with us! Don't play with Siege, bruh! We know what we're doing.
You won't have enough stamina.
I'm having too much stamina. Junpei's the GOAT. Okay. Well, that's the end of it. We can go back. Love that guy. He's a good dude. Okay, since I'm maxed out on the amount of the personas I have, should I try to fuse more? Or is it good to leave now? I like how I asked the question and I went here anyways. Yeah. So I asked a question that requires like more than just a yeah or no, you feel me? And plus 8? Holy shit.
How may I assist you?
Look for fusions perma. When should I look for a triple fusion?
Are you in search of new power?
Which will you choose? Well then, shall we take a look?
Holy yeah. Holy Tom Lin.
Take all the time you need to consider.
We can get a unicorn, bruh. We can get a unicorn, dude. You want to choose as many as you can for the compendium. Register them first? Okay. I'm level 11, so I can't use this one yet, but I can use a unicorn.
Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine.
God. Volunteer with the tier 1. Thank you for the gifted. Holy volunteer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, volunteer, for the gifted.
Is overwriting acceptable?
Yes.
All registered.
Double U.
Now then, let's begin.
Okay.
What kind of persona?
Now I have interrupted Persona gameplay. Come on now. Okay. Which one should I go for? You want personas that help with confidants? Okay, so I don't.
Seeing what personas come to be.
So because I don't have any of these though. Literally every single one of these on the screen, I don't know. I don't have a single one. The hanged ones are good, but I don't have the hanged confidant yet. But I'm about to get it, I think. Yeah.
This would be a wise choice.
Yo, I hate this guy. What? Get it and hold it.
Please choose what skills to inherit.
Oh! Wait, this isn't. It's not using Jack Frost, right? Hold on, let me back up. Okay, it's not using Jack Frost, so I can use this one.
This would be a wise choice. Please choose what skills to inherit.
I would like Garu.
It seems no new powers have been bestowed upon you.
And poisoned OP? I'll grab Taru and Suku. As a support persona? But I don't have. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I think this is the only Garu I have. Like, if I want to start the fight off with Garu, this is the only character I have for it. So I think I need. Wait, hold on. I think I have other. I need to pee. Have Yukari? Yeah, but hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Take all the time you need to consider. Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine. Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine. Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine. Take all the time you need to consider. Take all the time you need to consider.
Bruh. Take all the time you need to consider. Hold on.
Take all the time you need to consider.
Fuck it, we're wasting too much time.
Please choose what skills to inherit.
Fuck it. I think we can just buy Angel back for another Garu, right?
No new powers have been bestowed upon you.
It's finally time.
We can just buy them. Yeah? Inugami! So who's the long-nosed guys? That's Igor. You die, vengeance is of me, and I shall seek it for you. What a card. Oh! Wait! Oh, wait, hold on. Mitama? Hold, wait! Valkyrie could be good. Valkyrie could be good. Register a new one, and then we can make that one. Hold on. What you mean?
This is your progress so far.
What you mean? What you mean it's been registered? Oh, it is registered. That looks pretty good. Okay, it's already registered.
To your heart's content.
So making Valkyrie will be good.
Purpose to well then.
This would be a wise choice.
Ooh. Oh my gosh. Originally having to get more levels. She looks tough. Okay, I think we get her. I think we get her because I already have strength. I don't have hanged yet, and I can just buy Inagi again. Yeah.
Please choose what skills to inherit.
11 strength? Hold on.
What do you wish to inherit?
I think we get Bash. Okay, wait. Which ones would you add here, Volunteer? My brain doesn't I think Bash might be good. And then maybe Foul Breath, because this is the only thing that has this. I think I already have a Tarakaja. I don't know what my other personas have. The attack increase and bash.
It seems you have been blessed with some power.
Yes! Yes! Give me Valkyrie! Seems the Strength Link has blessed you with even more power. Yeezy! 12 strength. I'm hurting, bro. I'm not gonna lie. She's gonna hurt some people. Okay, so she's registered now.
Please take a look.
Let me summon Angel again though. Simply because I just like I don't have as many persona anymore. Grab a hermit.
Please take a look.
True me. Oh, I do have hermit. You need a hermit persona? Okay, let me grab Angel real quick.
So you'll be summoning this one? May it be your inner strength.
Give her to me.
Ah, well then. Shall we take a look?
Whoa. Is this really worth getting?
This persona is powerful.
I'm getting rid of my Valkyrie for this. I guess I could just buy Valkyrie again and then have both of these. You think I should do that? Is that smart? Just buy the other one. Bro, you just have mad money, don't you? You the moneyest.
This would be a wise choice.
Okay, you have no strength, so you have magic, agility, and endurance. No luck either, so we want magical abilities. Not a lame mad onion looking guy. Right!
Please choose what skills to inherit.
Ooh! I don't need Bufu. Probably get Zia and... Valk will cost more? Nah, what you mean, nah? What do you say? What do you say, Volunteer? I don't want to waste... She's not gonna cost like $30,000, right? What are you telling me right now? Are you saying not to Zia? Help me. Help me, I'm lost. Runs over, restart. Valk is higher level. I know that! So she costs... Okay, right. Nah, it's cool. Not cool, yeah, for sure, yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. 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 Oh. I think I can get Palimpa. If you fuse her, it will be more money to get her back. So are you telling me not to make this hermit now? Because this is the only hermit I can make right now, I think. Or are you telling me to make this and then buy her anyways? Yes, yes, don't, no. Buy the one you made mad earlier. So those weren't the options. Make hermit. Buy Valkyrie. Don't make hermit. Keep Valkyrie. Buy the hermit. Oh.
Please take a look.
My bad. Keep Valk by her. Okay. Okay. I'm an idiot. My brain's not working. Sorry. I get it now. I'm a genius.
Does that persona catch your eye?
Right. So I don't have her. What hermit did I have? Are you rage baiting me, bro? Go by alphabet.
Does that persona catch your eye?
And look in the is.
Browse to your heart's content.
Yo, you're supposed to know this game better than me. Bro, I have no hermits. Okay, so now that it's the... No, yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, yeah. No, yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, that one, yeah. Yeah.
Persona catch your eye?
Yeah!
Yes? Is this acceptable? Very well, it's yours.
Hanged hermit, same diff. We spent fucking 15 minutes.
Are you finished?
Bullshitting around. Okay. I'm done. Get me out of here. Get me out of here.
We look.
Okay, now I'm pretty strong. Save the game. Hey, level 11. All right, now we're done. We won't need to come back here for quite some time. But when we do... Oh.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, can you let me sleep, bro, please?
It's been a while.
Yeah,
Well,
I am well. Can I
1 week
sleep?
From now, there'll be a full moon. Be careful. A new hardship is coming.
Okay. What kind of hardship? So next Saturday's a hardship. Hate this guy. Freaking kid, get out of here.
You'll run into one of them.
Go.
You need to be prepared. But your time is limited.
Yo.
I'm sure you're aware of that, though. I'll come see you again when it's over. Goodbye for now.
Yo, F this guy. Can we speak? Can we stop speaking like I know everything you're talking about, dude? Holy. I say we slime out little Jit for talking crazy. Facts. Yeah, I got the day off. Today's Constitution Day. It's the beginning of 3-day holiday Golden Week. Come to think of it, the home shopping program on TV will be during the day. All right. What I'm saying. Okay, let's look at the TV. Hopefully this doesn't pass time. There's no school today. It's almost time for a shopping show. TV! An irritatingly catchy song comes from the speaker. The Home Shopping Show airs every Sunday afternoon. You can catch it on TV in your room or on the one in the lounge. The inventory changes every week, and as long as you've got the money, you can buy right from your home. It will arrive at a later date. Since you can only watch each show once, you may want to check how much money you have on hand before tuning in.
It's amazing commodities.
Cam's on, by the way. What does that even mean, bruh? Should I move my camera a little higher? Is it like a little awkwardly too low? Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Home Shopping Show, Tanaka's Amazing Commodities. I'm your host, Tanaka, with a live presentation of my amazing commodities. We'll show you great products and unbeatable prices. So don't touch that dial because you won't want to miss these. Today, we're introducing the Mother's Day gift set. Want to show your mother how much you appreciate her but need some help? Then this is just for you. First up, we have the rose bouquet with the perfect gift. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait, there's more. We'll throw in this, the luxury chocolate too. Guess how many? 2! All this for $2,000. Ooh. This is a special limited product available today only if you hear it right. Today only. Should I buy the rose? Maybe a bit high. Should I buy these things? You could put it under the day. Okay, let's do that. Make it look a little better. A little better. Should I buy this? Nah. Yeah, I don't have like any like special confidants I need to like impress with an item yet, right?
Thanks, kid.
Why are you talking to me like you're actually talking to me? Next time we'll be introducing a jelly tasting set. Don't miss it. That's it for today. We're all sold out. Sorry, folks.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you next Sunday, same time, same channel. Summer program is over. Bet. Okay, I could level up my hermit. I actually don't have a hermit, so we're not gonna do that one. Wait, can I look at my confidants? My social links. Who's the old couple? Okay, the old couple is the Hierophant. I don't have an Hierophant, I don't think. Yeah, so we're not gonna do that. Oh my Valkyrie, you're so beautiful. I never wait, you don't need gifts in this game? But yeah, that is so bad. Yo, where can I get better SP items? I just go to the shrine and do it that way. Oh, get gifts from the shrine? Interesting. You don't get them till later. Freaking doodads. What can I do on a Sunday? Let's see if we can buy. Oh, dude, Voltaire. I read a thing online that said I can buy things that are sold out from here, but it's not letting me buy things from here that are sold out. Woo, they're back. Bro, the Rizzolanti. The Rizzolanti. What the hell? Do the Hermit? Oh, these are terrible. No. Just see if they have any better stuff here real quick. And then let me sell everything first. Like, can you give me anything of use, bro? Like, guys, I don't need HP, but I don't die. I literally don't die. Oh my, I'm rich. I'm so rich, bro. I'm so rich.
You finished?
I don't think you have anything new for me, so I think I'm gonna skedaddle.
Be seeing you.
Herman, Magician, Strength, and Hanged are the early priors. I like BB, so I do his. Who's BB? Wait, yo, what? Bebe? Who the hell is Bebe? Never mind. Alright, let's go hang out with Maya. Come on, Maya. I'm in the Shinganaba dungeon. I don't see any other players. The girl in red approaches me. Wait, wasn't this place called something else before? Lunar Vale, I think? Well, whatevs. WB Tatsuya, good to see you again. You remember me, right? Of course. It's Maya. You really do remember. The other players seem happy. This is exactly like when Maya and Tatsuya remember. What? What kind of people are we playing inside on such a beautiful day? Guess we're loners. Sunshine is overrated. Don't you like video games? I'm trying to think, what would be the best thing to talk to her about? Pippin, my little side piece on the down low. Sunshine is overrated. What kind of people are we playing inside on such a beautiful day? I'm thinking, guess we're loners or don't you like video games? Come on. Ah. We're supposed to be leveling, but we just keep on chatting. But hey, grinding gets old, right? It's more fun talking to you. Dang it, I picked the wrong one. Well, I guess I leveled up anyways. It was Sunshine is overrated? She called it a beautiful day! Yeah. Man, whatever. Zong, I'll be AFK for a while, so I'm logging off, sorry. I got the big sell-ins today. Dang it! Man, I got absolutely nothing for that. I mean, we still leveled up. So that's overall good, right? Because it's like, it hits a tier and then they don't like carry over, right? Like I was gonna level up regardless and then it starts on the next rank, right? Right? Hopefully? Or does it like bleed into the next rank? I wish there was like a bar I could see. Yo, what up? So I heard this from a friend. The word is there's a guy at Escapade selling URLs for unusual sites. Go buy one for me.
Oh yeah.
Yep, probably not the kind of site your average Joe could just stumble upon himself, you know. It does sound pretty interesting, but a glitzy club like that probably got security up the wazoo, no? Students ain't allowed in places like that. You need some serious courage to go in anyway. I already got the courage to go in there. And I already bought some of the things. Let's see if he has any more stuff to sell, though. He may not.
Go have a look, please.
I already got these. Freaking goobers. Get out of my way. Yeah, get out of here. Get out of my way. Okay. I think Beneath the Mask is better than this song. without the words. Oh, these are terrible, bruh. Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesday nights. Dang it! What's down here? Oh. I don't need that. Are you going to Marathon for Persona 6? No, I'm not. I'm just gonna enjoy my time playing it. It's probably gonna be a long game. Not Color Night is my favorite, but oh wait, I'm trolling. If it was like if it was Color Night without the words, then I think Beneath the Mask I might like more. Maybe. Yo, there's like absolutely nothing to do today. I guess I'll go home and study. I'm so lame. I'm so lame. Maybe the lamest, actually. Is there anything I could do here? Is there anything I could do here? I could eat a burger. This is closed. Or I could go study, I think. I think I eat the burger. Eat a burger. Give me huge courage spikes. Okay, I got 2 courage from that. Good, good, good. Yes. The next day, May 5th, 4th, May 4th. I've got a text message. A little refresher. What are you up to today? If you're free, let's go somewhere. Let me know if you can make it before the afternoon. Looks like Miyamoto wants to hang out. Should I take him up on that? Not now. If I don't have the chariot, I shouldn't hang out with him, right? I need a chariot persona first. Greenery Day, the second day of Golden Week. I could do this. You don't need? But Hermit is better than Chariot early, apparently. But it's less efficient. Hermit is better. Let's go, Maya. I see Maya. Hi, I was waiting for you. So, I'm drunk. Oh, really? Only one? Was the other one the better option? Yeah, really. Save me, Tatsu. I'm sick of my job. No time to party. Maya seems to be enjoying herself. 3 beers and counting. 11, will you hold my hair back? Rawr! I even have to work farm hoe this weekend. Farm hoe? Work from home, lol. But now I'm all drunk. XD! Wee! Maya's avatar danced crazy. Maya's avatar sat down. It didn't used to be like this. I never had to work weekends, but lately I can't get motivated to get work done at work. You don't like your job? Are you burned out? Are you burnt out? Come on! Come on! Get this lady out of the game. That's what beer is for. Duh. I used to be able to... I picked the wrong one! It's been 8 years though. Maybe I'm just getting old. I am my game and drinky time, but I'm haunted by deadlines. Regardless of those deadlines, closing and still end up logging on here. Picked the wrong one, bro. They were both one note. I didn't get a note from that one. Or irregardless isn't really a word, you know that? Yeah. P. Cahoon told me about that. Regardless isn't a good word, a real word at all. It's because it just means the same as regardless. Hope you're taking notes because this will be on the exam. XP. I really like how you have good spelling and punctuation online. That's so 1337 Tatsuya. LOL X3. Maya really seems to be opening up. I feel like we're growing closer. Yeah, sir. Have you ever said LOL, IRL, or accidents on accident? I think I would die. Raffle. That type of thing could get me fired for reals. Don't tell no one, okay? I can't get fired, want to keep my job. I better get back to work, huh? Night. My player signed off. I decided to log off as well. Evening. I finally came downstairs. Wait! Bro, what type of games you got, bruh? Oh wait, no. Nah, I need to... I need to talk to her during school. We don't have school yet, so there's nothing to do there. Mine needs to get a job, bro. This is getting embarrassing. I think she has a job. Hey, come on, baby. Get me going. Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's go! Okay, I need to get academics going a little bit by studying at night. Beep, 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 beep. It's one of the funniest confidants in my opinion. What, Maya? I got a text message. Hey, you! The twist makes it so good. Since we've got the day off, hit me up if you want to go somewhere. I'll be free till the afternoon. Okay. She might need to at that point. I may just continue to hang out. Today's Children's Day, or the last day of the Golden Week. I could hang out with her again. But let's do it. Let's spend all day with Maya once again. Maya is harder to level. How? I see Maya. Chatted with Maya for a while. The bond between us is growing. It's almost dark. I decided to log out and leave. Dang. I'm hanging out with her too much. She didn't even talk to me. She's only available on one day of the week? Let's see if I can level up my charm again or something. Sundays is when I should hang out with her. Okay. Very good. Oh, we're back to school, baby. On a Wednesday, I can hear people talking. Golden Week is over. I'm so sad. You know, rabbits can die from sadness. Holy. Okay, one, you're not a rabbit, and two, it's not sadness, but loss of appetite. What? No way. I thought for sure it was because of heartbreak. Oh, speaking of the sad, I saw an elementary school kid at Naganaki Shrine the last time I visited. Wait, is this where I meet the hanged? She looked so sad playing all by herself. I felt sorry for her. Then school sitting alone after I wonder if she's having some sort of trouble. Yeah. Okay. Should I do that today, or should I go to the council room to talk to Mitsuru or Kirito? I don't really like teaching today. Last night I was watching you and I saw a special on train. My train's always nice and the stain seems to careful. Speaking of trains, let's talk about the rhombus-shaped instrument on the roof of the train. Power is generated when this device comes into contact with overhead wires. You look like you know what I'm talking about. Let's see if that's the case. Artorius, what do you call the device that helps generate electric power for the train? Pantograph. I knew that one.
That's right.
That's right. You're better informed than I thought, or perhaps you're simply a rail fan. Most modern trains take in electricity by bringing the pantograph into contact with the overhead wires. However, the monorail we used has the pantograph hidden under the train instead. Answered correctly. Everyone in the class is looking at me with respect. Yes, I'm leveling up everything. All the charm. Unpolished. Am I close to cracking, or do I need to boost my social link? You might need to boost your social link. There's a lonely little child at the shrine. Maybe I should check out her, see if she's okay. Okay, should I go to the shrine or go to the Volunteer, what do you think? Go to the shrine or student council room? Or I can hang out with Yuko, get my strength up maybe. Shrine? My bad. Sorry for making it. Dude, I can do things everywhere. Who's here? Wait, I just want to see who's here. Who's here? Wait, how long has this been here? Who in the heck? The moon guy. The moon Honshu. Mike, so I'm close to is what you're saying. I'm so in. You're so in. Hate that guy? Dang. You hate that guy? What's up, little girl? Hi, I'm Mako. Mom and Dad said not to talk to bad people. Are you a bad person? Yeah, real bad. I'm good. Really? You're not lying, are you? I can't play right now because I'm hungry. There's something I really want. I want to eat something round and hot and soft too. Ooh, this is my favorite thing. Thank you. I go take my I was so yummy. I ate the whole thing all by myself, but now I'm thirsty. Want something fizzy? That one mad and bitter drink is the best. Oh, thank you. Mad Bull. Oh, I had one of those. I wanted to keep that for myself though. Nothing beats a nice cold one. You're nice. Will you be my friend? Come play with me again, okay? If I feel like it. Nah, of course. Thank you. I would have never figured that one out. Oh, you better not be lying. What do you mean? When do I come back? A different day? So I can go to the student council room now? Saturday? Alrighty then. Dude, strength? Bro, okay, what about the student council room though? Is that LARP? Is that like something that should never be done ever? What about she just robbed you blind you fags, bro. I didn't even say here. Council stuff don't matter till it. B-Raw. There's no practice today, so that's the perfect time to relax. If you're leaving, want to hang out, you go wants to talk to them. Just like yes. Let's do it. Cool. Here, where should we go? Should we get something to eat or maybe do some karaoke? Let's decide on the way out. We can do both.
There was this one time I left some tissues in the pocket of my running pants, and then I washed it without realizing. Oh boy, did that make a mess. Oh, can you hang on a sec while I put my shoes on? Not again. It's the same stupid prank every time. Talk about unoriginal.
There's a piece of gum on Yuko's locker.
At least my shoes are safe. Going that far would have been crossing the line.
She wants you so bad. I hope so. You know who did it?
I have my suspicions, but I don't plan to confront her.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
I was pissed off at first, but eventually I just got used to it. Getting worked up about this would just tire me out. It's not worth it. But if I catch her in the act, I am fully prepared to grab her and teach her a lesson.
Heck yeah.
That was a joke, okay? I'm a nice girl, really. Come on, let's go.
Yuko was my first romance for this game.
So I figured this might be a good time to update our team uniform.
I don't know if this is who I want to romance. When do I get to hang out with Takaba, bruh? I think I like Takaba the most. Yeah.
What do you think of switching to running?
Does this happen often?
They say it reduces wind resistance.
I can help you, baby girl. Only Riz. Never. Never? Bruh. Thinking of switching to running tights? I think I'm good.
Look over there. It's Nishiwaki-san.
Is that your new boyfriend? On to the next one already, I see. Impressive, Nishiwaki-san.
Dang.
We're not dating. He's just a friend from the team.
Come on. No need to act all polite in front of him. Just tell it how it is. I'm surprised you could even get such a handsome guy.
Dang, stop
I should
it.
become a team manager too.
You've got it all wrong, as usual.
Don't do it. You'll just be running around after everyone all day. And it's not very attractive for a girl to be so muscular, you know?
And you need rank 6 charm?
Hello.
Bruh.
Her boyfriend's like right here. I kind of feel bad for her.
That's really what you want to do. I won't stop you. But you're better off looking for a boyfriend elsewhere. A manager is a busy job. You won't have time to go around sticking gum on people's shoe lockers.
What on earth are you talking about? I haven't got a clue what that means.
Of course not. It was just a random example. What's wrong? Did I say something to offend you?
Not at all.
Hey, let's just go already.
Get out of here. You showed them up.
Sorry you got dragged into that.
Don't worry about it.
No.
70% of
You
the time
shouldn't
now.
have to deal with that. Sorry. I should probably fill you in before you get the wrong idea about me. Let's go sit down.
That is a long hangout. I like this.
We went to the same middle school. Back then, there was this boy on the basketball team who asked me out, and we started dating. But turns out, he was seeing her at the same time. When she found out, she said I stole her boyfriend. Even though I was a victim too. She blamed me because I was the manager of the basketball team. Isn't that just ridiculous? And after I became the track team manager here in high school, that set her off on me again. But really, all I want to do is support others so they can be the best they can be. Remember the gum on my locker? That was probably her doing. She's definitely the type to hold a grudge. Oh, those girls have way too much time on their hands. All they do is complain and gossip. Why don't they do something more productive? They're the ones who should get a lecture from Makoto. You're not putting enough thought into your future. Tell that to them, not me. Oh, that
Dang,
reminds
Yuko,
me.
speak your
Sorry for
mind.
What they said about you. They called you my boyfriend. This made you feel awkward, huh?
Oh! It might be a problem. Hold on! I feel like I don't mind is better. I'm honored. Is this LARP? Wait, now, Voluntary, help me on this one. Which is the actual best one? It's the only time. Which was the actual best one? The guy that was cheating? Oh yeah, because I'm freaking maxing out on my LARP. I'm honored. This is like sarcastic though.
Hey, you!
But I didn't really do
Say that
anything.
with a straight face. And how many other girls have you used that line on?
Ha ha!
When it comes to relationships, you should never play with a woman's emotions. Oh, right. Make sure you don't tell Kaz or anyone else about the two-timing thing, okay? You're the
It's
only one.
the only one.
Oh, also, I broke up with that two-timing jerk a long time ago. Just so you know, you might be thinking,
Only one that gives
so
you
what,
points.
right?
Man.
What am I saying?
She seems flustered for some reason. Ha Feel like our relationship has grown. Yes! Yes! Okay, is this gonna make my Valkyrie do more damage? I must keep manipulating her to make my Valkyrie do more damage.
On. It's late. We should be getting home.
That's a good voice
See you
actor.
soon.
No? I think you already told me that. I was saying goodbye to Yuko. I decided to go back to the dorm. Me. I need to get my charm to 6 so I can talk to freaking Takia, but it don't make you do more damage. What does it do then? People beginning to get me back here so I can level up my charm. So dance. Gives more strength on fusions. Oh, strength are the best. F it, bro. It's still level 1. We need to level it up. Oh, we can hang out with you. Still my favorite song. I like to say no. Otaku 7. I guess. Let's go.
Seriously?
Let's go have a good time together, bro. What's up, Mako? I was literally just singing this tone.
Mind waiting here for a
Yeah, you like. Wait, this is your first Persona game? This is your first Persona game, Mako? Hey, thanks for coming, man. You mind waiting here for a sec? Not a second. What's the? Oh, you play Persona 5? Heck yeah, heck yeah. Sure.
Okay, listen, but don't freak out.
Yeah, Persona 5 Royal. Shit was awesome. Dude, did you see about Persona 6 coming out? You streamed all of it? Nice. But don't freak out. I'm not gonna freak out.
I'm gonna go ask Miss Kano out. Like, right now.
Right now? Yes, it changed my life. Holy. Oh. I'm glad Persona 6 how did Persona 6 change your life? If it was a 1 minute clip of them just showing the P6. Bro, what? Anyways, how far are you into this game now? I'm on 5-7. What month are you on? John, Persona 6 is the greatest game ever. The game hasn't been shown at all. Whatever, man. Don't do it. Good luck.
Thanks, man. Time
Ooh.
to go get myself a girlfriend.
You're on 6-3. You're so much better than me.
All right, this is it. Here I go.
My goal by the end of today is to make it a 6-3.
Dude. Oh, man. Listen to this. She said yes.
Yeah, good luck.
I can't believe it. This is
Oh, what's
crazy.
happening?
I was just about to ask her out, but then she asked me if I wanted a private lesson.
Holy.
For real, dude. I owe you. I owe you big time for hearing me out.
The secret plans will feel like relationship is stronger. Yeah, there. You got a boss fight and more Tartarus. Yeah. I can make it through that boss fight easy peasy. Lickety split. I got Voltaire to help me here. He's a genius at this game.
Oh, man. I'm not ready for this. I shouldn't expect anything too crazy from the get-go, right? Then again, she is an adult, so...
I could do it in 4 minutes, bruh.
Forgot you were there. Sorry, but I got a jet.
Holy! See if anything actually happens with him. It's getting dark, so I decided to head home. Okay.
Welcome back.
Sup, dude? Hey, have you seen how many of those freaks there are in town lately? Okay. Game plan. Level up more. Do you have a favorite yet? A favorite girl? I mean, I like Takuba. Yuko has. I like Yuko's voice actor. I don't know if there's any girl in particular that I just really like the most of. Oh, I'll do that one. You're not my man. F Yukari. Who's your favorite girl? I played a dating sim in high school. Either Chihiro? Yo, Voltaire, have I met Chihiro yet? Why Persona 5 60 Clams though? It's a great game. Student council? Yo, Voltaire's telling me not to go with the student council because I'm a goober for whatever reason. He's like, nah, bro, it's not the move. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not the move. Don't do it. Bruh. Bruh, I haven't even met her yet. He get facts, bro. He's gatekeeping. He's like, nah, bro, don't do it. Don't do it. It's LARP. It's LARP. It's LARP, dude. It's LARP. No, you're LARPing. Don't do it. It's LARP. Bruh. That's an... All right, I'm gonna meet her. I'm gonna meet the love of my life, bro. Yeah, she's not even here. Hey, what? Wait, hold on. What is... I'm doing it. Yuko's on a time limit? What do you mean? Yuko's not even present, bro. Yuko's not... Whoa. Yuko ain't even around, bro. I can't even talk to Yuko today. I'm going to the council room, bro. Do what you want, Gate. No, you're good now. I'm trying to have an optimal gameplay. I'm not gonna lie, when it's Persona 6, no backseating. I'm okay with backseating in this game. I think Persona 4, I don't want backseating though. I think this is gonna get me back into the room, into the groove of Persona since the last time I played was a very long time ago. Enter. Persona 6. No, it didn't.
All right, everyone. This is who I've been talking to.
Is that Chihiro?
He'll be joining us in student council starting today.
Ah, so he's the one. I'm Hidetoshi Odagiri. I supervise the disciplinary committee.
I'm
The
Chihiro
Bruna.
Fushimi.
Hold on.
I'm a first year, and I'm still learning the ropes, so please be patient with me.
Wait. Hell does she mid-yo. You gotta wait till she's like not in like uniform. You gotta like, she's like professional right now. But how many different people are there? Back off by one. Hold on.
You must be quite talented to be handpicked by the president herself. I look forward to working with you.
Think I made a good impression of Odagiri. I joined the student council and got to know the members. I hope I get along with everyone here.
I am Val.
Val, alt I. Gigantamaxed. Gigantamaxed forehead. I'm good. Yo, great foreheads think alike, bro. Jeez, leave us alone, okay? Jeez. Leave us alone. Yeah. Emperor. Yukari is evil and can't be trusted. This is my first time playing Persona 3. I think I like Yukari more, I'm not gonna lie. She's just nice. But apparently,
Will be enough for today.
apparently, I can't even romance Yukari until, like, I have +6 charm, bro. She's evil and mean. No, she's, how is she mean, bro? What has she done that's mean? You're trolling.
What we want from
She's
you
mean
is to
to
assist
Junpei.
us as necessary. From now on, you have my permission to enter the student council room whenever you wish. Your time is your own after school, but try to remember the student council every now and then. We meet on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but we don't meet on days before tests. Thanks for coming today.
Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I parted ways with student council members and went back to the dorm. Bruh. And she tried to lie about the gun when you first met her. Can we not crack the redhead lady?
Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Todd, really how quiet it has been. It's been a month, but I can't hardly believe that it will be the last time they appear outside Tartarus. I agree. The sharp rise of the locks recently, I wouldn't be surprised if something happened. The serious boy I saw during the dark hour warned of an ordeal in 1 week. Tomorrow will mark exactly 1 week since I should prepare myself tomorrow. Okay? She's the hardest to romance? Talking about the Okay. Talking about the student council president? I'm trolling for not going for her then, bruh? Shoot me. And she's always texting on that damn flip phone when she's waiting for team meetings. It's all an act. Yukari's evil. Takes so much time. Yeah, bro. She's reading a book. She's lovely. Who you texting, bro?
By the way,
Who you texting? Is this even a midterms? I want to start now if you haven't, since they're also be busy with Tartarus. I mean, it's not like we could tell people when we were too busy fighting Jaws to study. Don't let her manipulate you. I got games to play. You got games on your phone? Bro. Man, you don't know Yukari like I know Yukari, bro. Takaba is a different beast. Wait, can I study tonight? Maybe I should start studying. Oh, that sounded good. That sounded good. Ah, how many more? Tomorrow's the big day. Tomorrow's the humongous day. The day of all days. The dayest. Dare I say, the day.
Yo.
We might be daying it up. How's it going? Do you feel like you're getting stronger after every battle? Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
Yukari's evil. Don't let her fool you. That's all I will say. Great. Keep it up. Keep on training with real battle experience. You'll be ready for whatever comes our way. I'll be fully recovered in no time, so you can count on me to help out on the front lines. But don't let your guard down just because I got your back. Okay? Can Yukari get my back, bro? This red vest guy low-key look like the MC. Wait, oh, it's right back door just in case. Bro, let me go talk to Mako's girl, bro.
You're still at it?
Yes. You never know when an enemy might appear.
Wait, I want another sandwich. Hold on. We're getting locked in here. We're about to get some mad story right now. Hold on, lock in. Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait, chat. Wait. Story time.
But I thought you couldn't scan outside of Tartarus.
To be honest, I am indeed lacking in that area. Maybe this is the best Penthesilea can do in terms of data gathering.
Who the hell?
Though I must say,
Who was
the
that?
power of Persona seems to be much more diverse than I once thought.
We didn't
I
hydrate?
even have someone who can switch personas in the midst of battle. There's something special about his ability. And it hasn't even been that long since his awakening.
Okay, let me go get some water then. I'll get some water. I'm a little parched. Oh yeah. Lucky.
Yeah, I was surprised too. But in the end, it's up to him whether or not he reaches his full potential.
It's a shadow.
What? You actually found one?
Wait, something's not right. reading is too big. I've never detected an enemy of this size.
Wait. Is it like that huge one from last month?
I think so.
Oh, well then. This is gonna be fun. I'll wake up the others.
We're here.
Where is it? I'll rip it a new one.
We've detected a shadow outside of Tartarus. We don't know for sure, but we think it's another big one like we saw last month. We must defeat any we find out there as quickly as possible. People may not be aware of the dark.
The vest do got aura. You didn't see the beanie dude yet.
Destroyed during that time.
You gotta see the beanie dude.
In other words, we need to kick some ass, right? Well, count me in.
Roxas with the raid. W raid.
Hey. Akihiko, you stay here and wait for the chairman.
Roxas, how was your stream? How you doing tonight, Chief? We're doing good. Playing mad Persona today. Getting a lot of Persona ingot going. How was your stream? Love to hear it. How was your stream? Thank you for the raid. My stream was good, was vibing. W vibes. W vibe. I just got pinged. Going through Xenoblade 3. Oh, we're both playing JRPGs? Are you gonna play Persona 4 Revival and then Persona 6 when they come out? Everybody playing Persona 6, bro. C. W. Or are you saying C as in like, C, here's the thing. Persona 6 changed my life. 4 is my favorite Persona game of all time. Holy! So you have to play the one in February is what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. We all play Persona 4 into Persona 6. 100%. Heck yeah!
What? Are you kidding? I'm going.
You still need time to recover.
I'm
Like
going
this,
back to
you'd only
complete the
get in way.
P4G achievement. Holy.
What you say?
What'd you say?
They'll fare better than you in your current state. Have faith in them, Akihiko. They've already seen battle firsthand.
Damn it.
Relax. I've got it covered.
Guess I don't have it.
Wait, Roxas, if you had to rank Persona 4, 5, and 3, what are they from best to worst?
Can you do
Overall, and then from music. I gotta read the logs. You're in charge. Him again. 4, 3, then 5. Okay, then what about music? Persona 6. Yo, Mako, right? It's done out. Now for music, probably the same. What? Really? I don't think so far, I'm not liking this game more than Persona 5. I'll do my best.
Good. We're counting on you.
You don't get it. You don't get it. We're not doing this again. I'm biased, John.
I mean, not like I care.
You should let the 3 of them go first. You need to get ready, right?
Yes. Rendezvous in front of
Persona
the
6
station.
first character to make you cry. Okay.
All right, let's go.
The 5 the Royal the moment I finished base 5.
Where is she?
You bought Royal the moment you finished base 5? Hey, you played Persona 5 2 years late? 3 years late? Where is she?
She'll be here soon.
I did.
There's a full moon tonight. Looks even creepier during the dark
think-
hour.
Huh? What the?
Full moon!
Sorry to keep you waiting. Listen carefully. Tonight, I'll be providing support from here. Everything else is the same. The Shadow is currently located on a monorail not far from the station. To get there, you'll have to walk on the tracks.
Okay, we could do
Are you
that.
serious?
My
Isn't
friend
that
bought me base 5 a
dangerous?
few years back, and then I bought Royal
Not to
after I
worry.
finished it.
Electronic equipment is rendered inoperable during the dark hour, including trains.
Did you see the leak of the main character Persona 6? Or do you stay away from leaks? Nah, I saw the leak of him being blonde. He does not look like a main character, bro. My brother was making me and my brother. We were both making fun of the way he looked. I was like, bro, that is not the haircut of a main character, bro. That dude having a bowl cut, that's LARP. Can't be the main character. But I also played 3 Fests back in the day, so getting this remake was something I loved. Interesting.
But your bike?
This was specially made to handle it. Now, if
What?
circumstances change, I'll notify you immediately. All right, let's get started.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's do this.
All right, let's go. Let's get active. It makes sense for the story if you paid attention to the post.
Holy hell, you're real high up. I think I'm gonna hurt.
Bro, the game isn't out. There hasn't even been a trailer for it. Yo, people are gonna watch this gameplay in like a year, whenever the game is about to come out. They'll be like, "Whoa, he already played Persona 6? How?" Now I gotta know your favorite character in 3, 4, and 5. I've never played Persona 3, and I've never played Persona 4. I've only played Persona 5, and I like Sumire, the red hair girl. I like the royal girl. I like her outfit when she's in Phantom Thieves form. But in this game, I like Yukari. Who's your favorite romance in this game, Roxas? Of course you did. My favorite color is red. Mitsuru? Really? No contest? Yeah, we all got different tastes. Because Mako likes the student council girl. I like Takeba. And Voltaire likes Yuko.
There should be a monorail about 200 meters ahead from where you are now.
Yeah.
Get there as quickly as you can. We don't want any passengers to get hurt.
Move it. But before I didn't. Okay, I thought that was gonna make the music a little quiet. I didn't play Persona 5. I watched the playthrough, and I liked Makoto the most. I don't even like girls with short hair, but for some reason, just Makoto, the way that her hairstyle was, it fit her perfectly. Mitsuru's too much work. Wait, this game's kind of clean. Hold on. Is that a... Wait, is that stopped? What is that over there? My buddy 5th Raikage loves Yukari, and he and I are in an agreement of disagree statement. Holy.
This is it, right?
I think it is.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
We just got here, but I don't see anything out of the ordinary.
The readings are definitely coming from that monorail. Proceed with caution and stay together.
Got it.
Have you seen the teams on the customs on 21st yet? No, I have not, Speed.
Well then.
I haven't been looking at the that channel at all, really. Hold on, what did they say? What did they say? Proceed with caution. Got it. Hey, Persona's just itching for a fight. Well, then let's head in. Okay, bet. But love Mitsuru from 3, Yukiko from 4, and Sumire from 5. Oh! At least we're in agreement on 5, bruh. I don't know who Yukiko is. And I like the way Mitsuru looks, but her personality is just like not it right now, you feel me? So. Wait, are we on the same team, Speed? Let's move it!
Don't you dare look up.
Yeah, I won't. But don't blame me if I happen to catch a glimpse.
Hey, don't you look at her!
Say, why don't we dig Junpei a nice grave?
Now let's do it. You and me.
So that's a person, right?
Where?
Like a passenger? They've been transmogged. Creepy. But these guys.
Oh, the coffin.
Thing of all this.
Coffin's really dark.
Better that way.
Whoa!
Huh?
Damn! It won't open.
What's wrong? What happened?
It looks like we're trapped inside.
It must be the shadow. It knows you're there. Be ready for anything. Stay on.
Oh my gosh, how did the door close? Oh no!
Roger.
The train is the shadow. Ooh! No, this is a crazy freeze frame. Look at the way everybody's standing. Like, Junpei don't look too cool, but like the main character look clean. Yukari look clean. Or Takeba, I like calling her Takeba. It's called a Takeba cuter. Okay, that's all right. Just slice me in the back a bunch of times. Yeah, let me thank you again for updating the Calico build constantly. It went 27-3 last night with even. Let's go, Roxas! Yes! 27-3? Holy! This is my favorite character in this game. Really? Where are all the shadows? Where's all the shadows?
I was all ready to go and everything.
Lock in!
This place is so creepy.
We're just on a train. We're chilling. Lock in.
There it is.
Huh?
Hey, get back here.
Where you going?
Wait. The enemy is acting strangely. I have a bad feeling about this.
If we don't go after it, we're gonna lose it.
You're in command right now. What do you think of the situation?
We should be careful? Probably. What times did you play Persona 3?
It would be dangerous to chase after it blindly.
So what if it's dangerous? We can't just stand here and let it get away. We can beat that thing, no problem.
We definitely can, but why is it doing what it's doing? Bro! Yo, what the heck are you doing? Why is Junpei y'all's favorite character in this game, bro? He's pissing me off right now. He's messing up the formation. Go after it, bro. We got 40k souls with Riju. Stream FES in both Persona 2 and Persona 3. Portable on PSP. Load on PC 4 times. Wow.
This may be a good test of your skill.
I'll go with.
Maybe we try wind again? Ooh, yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. Well, I should use a different. Wait, am I? Wait, okay. I actually do quite a bit of damage. I do quite a bit of damage. Okay, that's a holy attack. So maybe we burn him down. Gonna Yukari. I find myself using Yukari a lot.
In this situation,
Holy no! F you, bruh.
Well done.
Okay, I don't know what they're weak to. You need dark? I think I do need dark, but I don't have dark yet. I'm only 40 XP.
This is just what the enemy wants.
There's not much we can do about it now. You have to go after him or you'll be picked off one by one.
All right. We can do it.
Damn it, Junpei, what are you thinking?
From what I can tell, he's only.
Wait, Voltaire. Voltaire or Roxas. If I said we should fight, would we all be together or would he still have went ahead of us? That'd be interesting storytelling. Difference.
No, get out of our way.
I forgot.
Let's see
Heat balance.
what to do.
I'm so stupid.
Have to do this.
Yes!
The enemy's down. Good hit.
We're gonna hit you again. Get out of here.
Finish the enemy.
Can you dodge, please? Dodge something, please. Oh, she's getting hurt. She's getting hurt. Lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in. Ooh.
You've taken a lot of damage. Take care of it while they're
Wait. Ooh, yeah. Da 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 da. Ooh. Okay, we're just hurting. So I did that one. Let's try Bufu now. That also didn't work. But you're dead now.
Nicely done. Enemy
I'm gonna heal us again. Okay. I think he just runs off. But either way, let me storytelling. It's a scripted event. I tell you right now, though, my second favorite in this game, probably the one Junpei meets later in the game. The one Junpei meets, I respect it. Durag, what's good, Durag? What does that even mean? I'm a tad late. You're a little bit late.
Thanks.
But it's okay. Ooh!
Excellent. Copy the dodge the attack. This may be a good test of your skill.
What to do?
Yes! All out attack, baby! They got on purpose for the suspense. Okay, Junpei meet later in the game. But are you kidding me?
All right, you won. Great work out there.
Baby. I'm excited to keep playing, bro. You guys, I like that I got Persona people in the chat.
What's up with Junpei? Did something happen?
Hey, we're pretty healthy. I don't even need to do anything. Let's go. Keep moving. Junpei's not in this car either. There he is.
Junpei was acting kind of strange, wasn't he? Why'd he snap and get so upset?
I was playing Holiday earlier today in Street Brawl, and she seems very broken. Yes, she is. She is.
Well, I guess we can ask him once we've caught up to him. Let's go.
It's because Junpei wants to be the leader, but I'm a better leader, Junpei. So you follow what I say, buddy. Freaking doper.
There he is! Oh no, he's surrounded by enemies. We gotta help him, quick! Junpei!
Got it under control.
Let's go.
Yeah, how do y'all like Junpei, bro? He's actually pissing me off. Watch me not have control over him right now.
You can target a weakness.
Oh!
Pixie.
Pixie! Oh yeah.
All right, the enemy's down.
Weak to wins. Dancing hands.
You should be able to hit a weak spot.
I know it's a good idea to buy Angel back.
The enemy's down.
What's next? I'll go with.
Ooh, yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba.
Never mind.
Let's see if you're weak to fire.
What's the plan?
Let's go!
Hell yeah! Here's done for.
Yeah, the immersion, bro. The immersion.
You won. Now let's move on.
I'm the figure outiest, bro. Angel leveled up, cool. Okay.
See? That's what happens when you don't listen.
What's good, gang?
Well, are you okay?
Of course I am. I was doing just fine.
Hey, what's your problem?
Be careful, you three. I don't detect any movement, but stay alert.
And we're moving. Oh no.
What the? Why are we moving?
My
It
second
looks like
favorite
the
in this
entire
game is
monorail is
probably.
under the Shadow's control.
What? Is that really okay?
This doesn't look good.
If we don't stop it, it's going to crash into the next train.
Who's driving the train?
What are we gonna do?
Calm down and listen. I detect a powerful reading in the front car. That must be our target.
Go!
You'll have to defeat that to stop the runaway train.
Let's do it. We're wasting too much time.
Crap. What kind of messed up ride is this?
They just keep coming out of nowhere. But it's a good thing I know all of their weaknesses. I don't lose.
Here's your chance. You can target a weakness.
Ba-da-ba-da-bam.
Never mind.
You should be able to hit a weak spot.
I'll go with
Angel.
Come on, baby. Come on, Angel. Yeah, there.
The enemy's down. Good hit.
Now you burn them down.
Here's your chance. You can target a weakness.
Burn them all down.
Keep that up, Iori.
You're not hurting us. This hard mode? This is supposed to be hard mode. Ooh, yeah. Da 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 da. Come on, baby. Lock in. Or lock in.
There's no time. Run.
I'm running. Move it, move it, move it, move it.
What's happening? No way! Is the train getting faster?
We gotta hurry.
Your primary target is up ahead. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. What are you waiting? Wait. Okay, so they're probably resistant to freeze. Oh.
What the hell is this?
Oh. Oh. Oh.
That's our target?
It has to be. There's nowhere else to go.
Gonna learn for a bit. Gotta run to the store real quick. All right, bet. Hello, mommy.
Hurry? What are we even supposed to do here?
She has BJ on her titties. Holy, I'm so much aura. Call me Piccolo standing on a high place. Yo, why she sitting like that for real?
I've never seen one this big before, but there's no time. We have to end this now.
Easy claps. 30 minutes? I don't need that much time, probably. Oh, yeah, it's time. Let's just go ahead and try. No, we're going to try something different. Something that only I can do. Only I can do. I should have known that that wouldn't work. $37 damage.
Can't stop now.
Yeah. Hold on, what's this song? Holy! Do-do-do-do-do, why-dee-why. Yo, this song kind of clean. Why does fire not work on it, bro? What? Come on. No. Okay.
Now's the time.
I'll give him hell. Suck on that.
Holy. Nice one. Use ice on the ice. Whoa!
It sped up the monorail?
Yeah.
There's even less time until impact now.
Bruh. This song is clean, I'm not gonna lie. Is there not a... Okay. So I don't have those last two, so we're just gonna have to...
Pull the trigger.
What's the likelihood? Okay, nah, cool. Yeah.
What's next?
Let's try to bash her down. 55 damage. Are you...
It called in reinforcements. Just what we needed.
Not that.
What?
What to do? Persona.
These things are... Holy.
I have to do this.
Holy. Holy.
Let's see.
I need you to die. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
I'll go with.
Do it, do do.
What next? I won't lose.
I need you to be gone, and then we're gonna do damage to the main dude. It's resistant to that, okay?
Can't stop now.
Hurts! 57 is crazy. Oh my gosh.
What to do?
I'm about to hurt you, bruh.
Now's the time.
What's the plan?
I only have 10 minutes, bro. We're doing no damage right now. Oh my gosh.
I'll go with. Not that.
Like, literally nothing is working on her. Okay, whatever. 58.
What next?
You just keep healing everybody. Take your time, no worries. I'm not even a little bit worried. Okay, 58 versus 41. Okay, I think we do just slashes a lot more. Like, she's literally sitting wide open, and then we're just... It's going faster! Are we... I got 2 minutes!
We're in deep shit here.
60.
In this situation,
36.
What's the plan?
Lock in. Yo. I don't have the time for all of this, bruh.
Pull the trigger.
We don't got time for this. What's up, beef? Hold on, 1 second. What's up, beef broccoli? Come on. Holy. Oh!
This looks pretty bad.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna time. We're gonna time. Okay.
What to do?
Just end it.
Persona.
Let's go. We did it. Persona. Ooh. Yes. Come on. Okay. Sorry, I had to lock in for a second. I never noticed. You never noticed the BJ. Yeah, you're just not a gooner like me. I used ice on the ice boss to ruin the run, but we still made it work. Does that gentleman shoot himself? Yes, that's like the point of this game. Like, there's a theme behind this game. There's a reason for it, kinda. Find shit down. That's the whole game. I like Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 is pretty good, Skillix. Oh, man. Yo, Skillix, you should play these games afterwards. They'll keep you occupied. Woo! I feel more power than I had before. Azor's power has grown now up to 8 personas can be... Yes! That's good. Temporarily raises users' accuracy, evasion at the start of battle. Wait, this is just like a reactive thing? Wait, what? These things are just always there? That's actually fire. Auto Sakukaja. Whoa! That's actually tough. I like Valkyrie a lot.
Did we?
They are passives. Dude, this game is lit. We can stand it still. We gotta do things.
Why are we still moving?
We're going too fast. We need to put on the brakes or...
What are you waiting for? You're coming up on the next train fast.
Damn it! I don't know how to stop this thing.
Leave it to me! That's why I'm the leader, Junpei. Listen to daddy. That was a cool boss. The autos only work when you start the battle with that persona equipped. Wait, the autos only work when you start the battle. So if I switch to it, then the auto Sakukaja doesn't apply ever in the entire fight. Auto Suku.
I think so.
Yeah? Okay, so I need to start every fight with Valkyrie equipped. And then if I switch off of Valkyrie, then I still keep the auto?
My knees are shaking.
Holy.
Dude, I'm like drenched in sweat.
It sounds like you're safe.
Yeah, we safe out here. Okay. Immersion ruined.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Immersion extremely ruined.
Sorry, I couldn't do more to help on my end. I don't detect any more shadows. Well done. You can come on back now.
Wait, how did you know which one was the brake?
I am a genius. Lucky guess.
Are you shitting me? You know what? Never mind. Anyone want to grab a bite to eat on the way? I'm freaking starving.
Feels like our trust in each other has deepened. The fool! Level 3, baby.
It's me.
Reporting in from the scene. We've just finished up over here.
Let's go.
Monorail did not sustain any noticeable damage.
A job well done, Kirijo-kun. When I heard they hijacked a monorail, I feared the worst. Excellent work taking care of that. Now I don't have to worry about tomorrow's headlines.
The team did a great job. They've learned a lot in a surprisingly short time.
But what was up with the shadows? They've never done something like hijacking a train before. This is getting out of hand.
I'll be looking into the matter.
Does this mean...
It begins.
Let's not jump to any conclusions. For now, we should study their behavior for patterns or clues. We can't afford to keep waiting for them to make the first move.
Facts.
If only I had more power, things wouldn't be so difficult for everyone.
Why does she have no power? Never mind, don't answer that.
Yourself. You're doing fine. More importantly, do you have anything to drink, Sanada-kun?
Huh? Why do you look so tired, Ikutsuki-san? Wait. Don't tell me that bicycle outside is yours.
Boy, am I going to be sore tomorrow.
Boy from my dream warned me about a hardship. That was it. It seems like his prediction came true. I wonder what this could mean. He knows me. I'm too exhausted to make any sense of it right now. I should rest as soon as I get back to the dorm. Brushy holers. Brushy holers? Talking about she ain't got no stand? She ain't got no stand. She ain't got no stand. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bam. Oh. Were you able to give it some rest after last night? I apologize for the trouble, but I'm counting on you. Don't worry, Akihiko will be joining the front line soon enough as well. That aside, don't forget that exams are coming up, so why don't you take today to relax a little? Should I start studying? Is your stand having it? Should I go and study? Oh, it's daytime. Voluntary, what is better, studying or playing with my internet girlfriend? At night you can study with them. The internet has. Alright, let's study with her then. And then at night, we'll play with her and then at night we'll study. I see Maya. I chatted with Maya for a while. The bond between us is growing. Like our relationship will grow stronger soon. It's almost dark. I decided to log out. That means next time we hang out with her, we should be good.
Hello, this is Elizabeth speaking.
Hello, Elizabeth.
I would appreciate it if you could come to the Velvet Room. There is a matter I would like to discuss with you. Goodbye now.
Can I study instead? How do you get my number, by the way? Elizabeth is waiting for me at the Velvet Room. I wonder what she wants to talk about. I guess I should head to Bro. I'll head to the entrance of the Velvet Room. Game Bread seems like a game I can play without waiting for different each other. But for now, I should head to go talk to her, then study. Hello.
I apologize for asking you to come at such short notice. Truth be told, I'd like to ask you a favor.
Oh.
I've been searching for someone of exceptional ability.
Oh, that's me.
So if you have the time, do you mind taking on several of my requests? On special occasions, I may require you to escort me on certain excursions.
Can I romance her too?
Of course, you will be aptly rewarded for completing the request. I look forward to your cooperation and hope to see you demonstrate your capability.
What's happening here? I can accept request now. Okay, I accept your request. You can now speak to Elizabeth about accepting a important request. Your request can involve anything from hunting for items to fusing specific personas. When you complete a request, you will be rewarded. You might see an influx of requests during specific times of the year. Additionally, there are requests that only become available after completing certain previous requests. Some requests have deadlines. If you miss the deadline, the request will expire and you will no longer be able to complete it. Holy. Go ahead and take a look.
Are you accepting a request?
I've already done this. She could get it. Yeah.
The world you live in. Oh my.
Because you've already
fulfilled the requirement.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Most excellent. Now, let's hear your report. Oh my. You've already... Most excellent. Now...
Oh! Ba-na-na-na-na. Bring the old document too? Where do I get this from?
I will await a report of success.
Where do I even get this from? Bring the item that Elizabeth asked me for? Bring me pine resin?
Yes.
Yo, I don't care about your love for soybean powder. Can I keep accepting your request, please? Called pine resin looks just like my beloved soybean powder. Also heard that it used a tool in archery. You know anything about it?
By all means.
No. Make use of the rarity fortune that increases the appearance of rare shadows.
You must know.
Have you ever had your fortune told, Artorias? It seems you can find a famous fortune teller in the club.
Oh my.
Okay? Who says for every question you ask, you shall receive an answer that is right on it. Okay. I'm greatly interested in curiosity. Please present services. Please ask him to predict whether or not the rare shadow will appear more often.
I will await a report of success.
Show Elizabeth a Juzumaru.
By all means.
Holy request. Have a persona that is level 13 or higher in your possession and oh, I already almost have that one. A muscle drink. Please bring me the beverage you call a muscle drink. It's not a particularly rare commodity, so you should be able to find and purchase it with ease.
By all means.
Okay. Well, I mean, all of these are pretty easy. Path that has been blocked off is now open. I wish you a safe journey. Nice. You check it out next time I go to Tartarus. Okay, so now I can go back to Tartarus. Let me paint the view. My life. Oh. Okay, I did that. So now I can go back and talk to her and get that one done. Do.
Marvelous.
Oh. Never mind.
Very well.
Okay, but okay. Now we can go back home and study for the exams. Whoa, wait, why is there an exclamation mark here? Oh!
Huh?
What's up? Come to think of it, Liz asked me to get a specific item for her. Looking for pine resin? Why would I have something like that on me? Oh, do you mean the powder we use on the archery team? The yellow stuff? Use it during practice so it runs out pretty quick. Let me check if I still have any left. Nice, I found some, here you go. It can get sticky if you use it too much all at once, so go easy on it. Okay, wow. Now I can study in my room. We're making good progress. Okay, I can study. Sticky. Hey, yo, I'm gonna spend my time studying. I feel smarter after working on some difficult problems without giving up. One? Nah. What are we talking about? No, you're good. I feel like I've studied enough for today. All right, let's go to bed. The next day. the next day. It's actually 2 points. What? That looked like 1 point to me. What's up, my dude? It's another glorious day with our good old buddy, sleep deprivation. The arcade is 4. What? Wait, so each note is considered 2 then? The notes are fake. Bro. It's another glorious day with our good old buddy, sleep deprivation. The day before yesterday, though, that was wild. I've never felt like that kind of thrill in my entire life. Don't you think that's... Things have been getting real exciting lately? Kinda. I know, right? We pretty much won the battle and saved the city from total annihilation. How sweet is that? There are some that give you 3. Bruh.
Understood.
So you all remember that midterm exam starting next Monday. If you paid attention during class and study regularly at home, you shouldn't have any problems, especially those of you who sleep through class. Must be prepared hard at home, right, Lori? Well, if you choose to throw the rest of your lives away by slacking off while you're students, then be my guest. Who am I to stop you? Shame enough to make this a long one. I'm feeling sleepy. Should I close my eyes for a few minutes? Wait, if I stay awake, I think I get my academics. And days was nowhere near as persuasive as it used to now. Why we all busted our humps for as long to better the situation we were in? Well, can you young people stay the same? Our society's material wealth has cost us far too much spiritual wealth, if any is asked. On the other hand, it is Issei Monogatari for himself to stay awake and listen to his lecture. Okay, I need to get my academics up to 2, maybe, for the midterms. Hey, you! I was actually kind of nervous when I got onto monorail that morning. I can't stop thinking about how we really cut it close that time. Okay. Okay, well, she's not available. Oh, before exams, it's locked. Okay, should I go to the shrine or study all day? Is it better to study all day before the exams? Or should I do this? Shrine? Let's play. Well, I have a question. So if I instead decided to study from afternoon till night, would I get way more academic points? Or would it be roughly the same? I should level after you study with them at night. Spend time playing Mako.
Hey, what do you want to do next? It's your turn, okay? You get to pick.
Seesaw.
Aw, I hate the seesaw. It makes my butt hurt. I don't want to go home.
Pick the absolute worst one? Are we serious?
Stay here a little longer?
Playing together, she seems to have taken a liking to me. Become acquaintance with Mako, the grade schooler. That's kind of weird. Why am I friends with a grade... This is weird. Wait, why am I friends with this kid? Thank you for the likes on YouTube. Keep the likes coming.
Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest.
Thou choosest.
Of the hanged man.
Her story's actually pretty good. Okay. Let's go. Girl at the shrine. Nothing weird. But like in real life, hanging out with a kid is like that isn't. I would never.
And just the other day.
Oh, your parents?
They said they were getting a divorce.
Oh
I told
no.
them not to, but they won't listen. They probably don't care about me.
Whoa.
Hey.
We're trying to unlock the Diddy persona. Like, what are we?
We're friends now. I'm here on my Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. You have to come see me, okay?
Diddy Sona. This was made in a better time where there was less Diddies in the world. Less Diddies in the world. Wait! We're gonna go see if there's academics at the pavilion.
Oh, it's you.
Welcome back! It seems some of the equipment of the command room is malfunctioning. Could you go and check on it? It shouldn't take long. I asked Akiko and Lori as well, but they didn't appear particularly intent on solving the matter. Doesn't seem to be especially urgent, so whenever you have the time, thanks. I'm gonna not do that one. I think I'm a pass on doing that right now. I think whoa, what's here? Ba-da-ba-da-da. Ba-da-da-da.
Come to think, much obliged. What do you got?
Any new items?
I got some stuff you might find useful, so feel free to browse.
If you disconnect this damn device one more time, I'm sorry, my controller's broken.
I have no idea what you're fighting out there. Just don't get in over your heads. What are you looking for? Everything look good here? All right then. Prices are a bit lower today. Take a look if you have the chance. Everything look good here? Great. It's all yours.
What
are you looking for?
Plus 20 HP. I need SP. Is 10 SP really that much? It's not.
Feel free to buy whatever you want, but I suggest picking something that complements your physique.
Wait, endurance is defense, right? Endurance is defense, right? Hold on.
What are you looking for? When it comes to blades, you've really got to take as long as you need.
Do 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 do. Ba da ba da ba. Ba da ba 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 ba. Ba da ba da ba da da do 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 do. Shock. Well, wait, these don't affect my abilities.
Here's the number of apathy syndrome cases. You finished? Be seeing you.
I think we're good for now, maybe? Hold on. Give me that evasion. Then you got magic and then agility. Sky. Why? Fives. 52. Strength. Okay, I'm gonna buy the shirt with strength in it. Yes.
You made it. What'll it be? Prices are a bit lower today. Take a look if you have the chance.
Exact same, but I get extra strength.
Everything look good here? Great. It's all yours. Take as long as you need.
45 to 76. That's a big jump in monies. I mean, damage. I'll do it.
That what you want? Great. It's all yours.
I think we're good off everything else. Wait, accessories?
Prices are a bit lower today. Take a look if you have the chance.
I need more than just 10, bro. 10's like nothing.
That look on your face. All done here?
Yeah, we're done.
Come back soon.
Alright, can we get academics up here? If not, we're going home and studying there. Charm. No. We're studying. We're studying. Do. We're studying. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm still level 1. Okay, tomorrow we can study all day, right? We can study all day tomorrow. You know, the two of us have never really hung out before. It seems like a good time for breathers. So how about we go have some fun? I'll stick around in classroom. Just let me know if you're down. All right. You may sometimes have the opportunity to spend time with your friends separate from social links. By doing so, you'll be able to grow closer and learn more about them. Spending time with them can lead to other opportunities to hang out later, so be proactive about it. Knowing these relationships will stunt their growth, so make sure you grow your friends. You value them.
Good morning.
Morning. You hear the news? There's been fewer new cases of apathy syndrome in the last few days. Senpai said it's probably because we beat that shadow. If that's the case, then we did pretty good job. Thanks to our hard work. Makes me glad that we went through it with it. We can't be celebrating just yet though, since we have a midterms next week. I am reading like a bozo, but it's okay. Let's just hope nothing like that happens again until midterms are over. Speaking of midterms, Junpei told me something. Apparently, Kirijo Senpai is going to give us a reward if we do well on our exams. But I bet her standards are so high that we won't get anything unless we made the top 10 in our class. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. If I must, I will cheat. Junpei!
Yo!
Hey, heading out? Let's hit the arcade. I text you about it, right? Yeah, let's go. You invited me to join him. This might be a good opportunity to get to know him better. Should I spend time with Junpei? Yes!
That's right!
Let's go!
I was wondering, you think we could pick up some new moves from these fighting games? Can you imagine if we had, like, a super badass special attack?
I like that idea.
Dude, right? And besides, our power's gotta come from the heart, right? That's why I think comics and games will give us a little inspiration. Seeing those heroes in action pumps me up and helps me picture my fights better, know what I mean? But hey, maybe someday someone will make a game about our adventure. I mean, we
Holy
have gone
fourth
around
wall.
saving people, like at the monorail. We kicked ass on that one, didn't we?
You acted like a weirdo. Yeah.
Making a comeback after hanging on by a thread? Woohoo, it was like a freaking movie, huh? Though I'd say you really stole most of the show. I admit, it wasn't on my game before. Next time, I'm totally gonna knock it out of the park.
I expect nothing less.
Oh, look who's talking like a leader. I'm stealing the spotlight next time.
Let's see it. I'm down to see it.
I really do want to do my best.
Oh.
These powers, our mission, I got a lot of good things going for me. I've been really waiting for something like this. I feel like my life's finally starting to go somewhere.
Dang.
I don't plan on letting you get the best of me just yet. You hear? If you go screwing around, I might just have to take over as leader.
He really wants to be the leader. I hate to break it, man. It's not happening.
Let's put you after to play some games.
Let's do it.
Next enemy can wait. You and me are throwing down for the whole enchilada.
Bring it on.
Oh yeah? It's your funeral, buddy. Yeah, take that. Die.
I left after an intense game of Junpei. The strength of Junpei's personas, Hermes was raised by 3. Oh, that's good. And I got him a chest plate with it more strength as well. Yo, and I gave him a sword with more strength. Oh my gosh. I was about to go borrow my friend's notes. I really need to study more for the midterms so I can go to Tartarus today. Sorry. It's all good. We're all studying. I forgot who this is. Oh, karaoke? I'm good off of that. I'm gonna go to the... I'm gonna go here first and buy these SP items just to make sure I'm stocked up, and then we'll come back and buy more another day. What is happening here? What is this? Sky. Where is the exclamation mark, bruh? What's here? Okay, well, I'm not going there yet, so I don't think I need to do anything here first. So let's go back and study, get my academics up, so I'm like more prepared for the test. Wait, what does leveling up my academics do for the test? I know you have to answer questions, but does this like help you, does this like make it to where you don't have to answer as many questions or something? There we go. Dude, I'm life maxing, dude. It's actually so good. I can hear people talking, jibber jabbering. I've made 0 progress studying for exams. I just can't concentrate at home. Even if I wanted to go somewhere else to study, I don't have the money for it right now. Why don't you go to the library then? It's nice and quiet, and you can find lots of references materials there, plus it's free. Ooh, if I go study in the library, I'm about to get so smart. Hey, you got a point, I could study there. I just wish I had the money for the Prodigy platter at Wakatatu. But do you think it's really true that just one bite could make you smarter? Oh, wait. For the Prodigy platter at Wakatsu? Where's that at? One bite could make you smarter. Show me something.
All right, class is
Let's get to Earth's rotation today. The Earth completes one full rotation every 24 hours. All right, don't fall asleep on me now. This may be basic, but it's important premise for the rest of the lesson. Let's see. Ooh, do you know Leon Foucault? He's a French physicist who performed experiment regarding the rotation of the Earth. Which tool did he use in his experiments? I think it's the pendulum, right? Volunteer, what is it, please? I will cheat for these answers that I don't know. But in Persona 6, I won't cheat. Persona 6, I'm gonna do everything by the book correctly. Or I'm not by the book. I'm gonna do everything. But yeah, hold on. Wait. It is the pendulum. Okay, I was right. I knew it. I was gonna pick that one if I didn't have a phone on me. The pendulum device is built to emphasize the Phil called the pendulum with the full scale replica of software. Wait, hold on. Okay. Flip to the next page. Oh, this is an application. Let's skip that. And that's an experiment. Okay. I answered correctly. Everyone in class is looking at me with respect. Heck yeah, I'm charming. Okay, class is over. Library's open. Study for. Maybe we're taking advantage of it ahead of next week's exam. It's a great idea. Oh, where's the library at? Somewhere down here. Bruh. Library. Oh, library. Art room. Home economics. Wait, what is this place called? School store vendor. Let's play. No. I gotta study for a test. Wait, where's Wakatsu? Might be here. Might be here. Maybe this place sells it. No. I don't know where it's at. This isn't the place. Will Duck Burger. Wait. I've never been up these floors. Oh. Time will pass if I eat here. You come by on a certain nights, there may be new items on the menu that aren't normally available. Not now. We're gonna go back to school and study there. I would hit the shrine. Brr. Bro, that kid can't be that important, bro. There's no way. This kid can't be that important. What days is he here again? It's Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, right? I can come back on Friday, right? She unlocks the sun, holy. Is it Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays? I don't remember. That kid gives you the divorce. Gives you the divorce persona. Bruh. I gotta get ready for my exams. Nah. I'm crying. I can hang out with her another day. I want to go to the library. I want to go to the library, bruh. Actually, it's fine. Dude. It's fine. I already leveled up, so I don't think I'll get to level 3 before the exams. But if there's another exam and my academics hasn't gone up 1, I will get the academics first. Because there's no way I get to academics 3 before the exam. So there's no point. Let's play on the slide first.
My tummy's grown.
We'll have group study soon. Oh, okay, that's good. Don't worry about it. Group study sounds good. I know that was a thing in Persona 5. Also, the person I watched, he would like eat a bowl of like academic soup or something, and then he would go study right after. He was life maxing, but it was actually crazy. Can we go to Wilduck? Sure, let's go. Let's keep playing. Let's go.
You're the best. I wonder what the daily burger is today.
Long as I don't gotta pay for nothing.
I love going out to eat. Because when I go with my mom and dad, everybody gets along. We used to have so much fun together. Why would they get a divorce?
It's probably your fault. What the fuck? Oh no, that's crazy. They fell out of love.
They don't love each other? I don't want them to get a divorce. Mom and Dad must hate me. No, divorce is stupid. I hate it.
No, don't cry. Don't stop it, please. You're gonna make me laugh. Don't do it. Please stop. No, please. She's sobbing loudly. What should I do? What? Make me laugh is wild. I'm trolling. I wouldn't laugh at a kid crying. I would laugh at somebody my age crying though. I feel like both of these are good, but it depends on how you do it. You get a divorce, you're doing all that too?
Sorry. I know it's awkward for you if I cry. I'll try not to.
Aw. She's doing her best to smile. That is so sad. Now she's growing up and learning to like mask her feelings. Oh!
I have to go home now. Thank you for playing with me today.
After seeing make her home, I headed back to the dorm.
Welcome back.
I'll think about it.
Nice.
Why is this kid just unsupervised? Because the parents hate each other right now, and the kid just runs away probably. So I knew I could count on you, man. You're coming too, right?
Hey, listen.
No exams are just a few days away, right? But I guess I could use a break from studying, all right? I'll come too if you decide to go. What games do we have? What games do you got? Nah, it doesn't matter. I don't need it. I don't need it right now. I don't need it. Let's go to Tartarus. Alright, we're going to Tartarus. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. We got more area that we can check out. We're looking fantastical. The High Priestess Terra is reacting. High Priestess Major Arcana card has been added to Shuffle Time. High Priestess all-out attack damage will increase until you leave Tartarus for the day.
I've been waiting for you.
May I have but a moment of your time?
Marvelous.
I must congratulate you on your recent victory. Your power continues to grow, it seems. On the topic of such power, I must ask, are you familiar with the Major Arcana? The what? She wants you bad. Fact. She wants us bad. To utilize metaphor, the Major Arcana are the parent plants which will help propagate your ever-growing garden of abilities. After defeating particularly strong shadows, these Major Arcanas will appear to you as cards. It would be in your best interest to collect these cards as you find them. When you've obtained a special card after overcoming a major battle, a new Major Arcana card will be added to Shuffle Time. The Major Arcana, that'll be useful resource going forward. That'll be a useful resource going forward. Okay,
Marvelous.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to it. Very well.
Okay, I think we're good to just go to the top.
By the way,
Something I need to tell you. Do you remember what I said about Tartarus being divided into different areas? Well, through Pentha powers, I picked up an unusual signal just past the 25th floor. Something may have shifted, so I'd like you to head there and check out immediately. We're counting on you. Let's go.
Let's give this our best shot.
What we got going on up here?
is this?
Right, we're here as I thought this floor is. I'm not sensing any enemies. Could take a look around the area, Artorias. There's no knowing what might happen, so be careful. All right, let's do it.
Wait.
What are these tremors? What's out? Watch out! Watch out! How nice of them to fix that for us when we arrived. Is it over? What was that? It's one thing just to know Tartarus changes daily, but to actually see it transform before our very own eyes. Regardless, the path has opened. Let's try exploring further beyond that. As for our next goal, I can only assume there will be similar obstructions up ahead. Let's aim for that. I'm counting on you. Okay. That was kind of exciting. It was almost like watching a giant robot transform. I wonder what other gimmicks we'll see. Anyways, let's keep going.
What?
Something feels different about the floor above us. Up above ahead. I said something more potent, like a tangible force of will. Stay alert.
Hope we don't run into any creeps here.
We're looking good. Holy different. Ew. Worthy.
This place has a totally different vibe. What? A face?
Holy.
Look for the enemy's weakness to win. There,
You can go for a Angel.
Angel.
All right, the enemy's down.
It's all you.
It's all you.
Pull the trigger.
Bam, bam. More organic looking. That's cool. Yeah, it looks a lot cooler than the first part. Disturbing. Why would you run in with a bow, by the way?
How's everyone feeling? One left. Talk about finish the enemy. Well done. Let's continue exploring.
Not enough damage, huh?
And that's a wrap, folks.
Okay.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
A chest. Ooh, a Mazogen is good. It's good. Yeah, this place is freaky.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
This place is freaky.
Two targets. You can handle them. The enemy's down. Good hit. There. You can
I'm a freaking genius, cat. I'm a freaking genius, bro. Kill him, please. High Priestess Unicorn. Yeah. Only 56 experience. Yo. Okay, we're getting a lot of gems that are going to be useful. That's good. I like that. So whenever I run out of mana, I can just use that.
There's two. Here's your chance to attack. You should be able to hit a weak spot.
I'll go with.
Boo-foo. Wake, baby.
All right. The enemy's down.
It's all you. Bam, bam, bam. Disturbing the breeze. Look into my eyes. Behind my back. I hate how much HP that thing has. An amethyst.
All right, then. Moving on.
If we level up, I think they'll be a lot easier. Oh, these stairs look cool. I like these stairs. There's some rugged terrain. Keep your eyes peeled for any blind spots. Okay. Where are you going?
That's a rare one. Don't let it escape.
In this situation,
Looks like there's a bug walking on my leg, bro, and I don't like it. Okay.
What's the plan? Taking a miss.
Now's the time.
Lock in, bro. I'm trying. It's not working. I've done no damage.
Let's see.
Let's try this one more time. 56?
The enemy's fled. Almost passed.
Man, F that guy.
Alright then, moving on.
Man.
You know, the faces on the wall look kind of familiar.
I have 18, holy. What's Raccoonda? Raccoonda! It says Raccoonda, lower defense of 1 foe. Okay. You know, if I would have got that before hitting that dude, maybe we beat that dude. Maybe we beat that dude. But, oh well.
There's a shadow.
But, oh well.
Few targets. You can handle them.
Laughing table. This is no laughing matter. Oh!
Now's the time.
Yes! Yes!
Down. Good job, Takeba.
We did it! Oh yeah! Da 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 da. Baby, baby.
That's how it's done. Doing pretty well.
We are doing pretty well. But that's just like what we do, you feel me? That's just what we do for real.
Hey, it's the stairs.
That's literally just what we do.
All right, squad, move it. Look at it.
We literally just do that. This is what we do.
We have the advantage. You can do this.
It's only one thing. Black Raven. Nice. I bet you're resistant. Yeah.
Give them hell.
Fire? No. You block fire. Holy. Nope, not that one either. Holy.
What's next?
I'll go with.
Oh, wait, hold on. Light damage. Could it be light? Wait, did I try literally everything? Yeah, I've tried everything. Okay, so it's probably light or dark. At the very end. Apologies. Devil Lilim. Lilim.
All right, now back to business.
Let's go back to full HP. I don't know what's up ahead.
Is that treasure?
Yeah, we got some treasure. What about it?
2 targets. You can handle them. Alright, the enemy's down.
Angel.
Angel.
Now, you're on a roll.
Well, I already healed myself all the... Yeah, okay. I don't never need to heal all the way to full HP.
Doing pretty well.
Doing pretty well. Very good.
One teleporter sighted. It'll take us back to the entrance, but I'm down to keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going. Floor 25, eh?
Hey, it's the stairs.
I wonder.
There's a gatekeeper on a floor not far from here. Have you healed up recently? Yes, I have. I have healed up. What about it?
Hey, does it?
Patra gem? I don't know what that is.
Damn, these faces are seriously gross. The interior designer must be rich.
2 targets. You can handle them. All right. The enemy's down.
Unicorn! Get out of here. Easy claps. W resist.
Now's the time.
I forgot the resist and I'm a freaking idiot. I'm a freaking idiot. Everyone should just name it red. Ooh, yeah. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ooh, yeah.
Alright then, moving on.
Moving on.
There's a shadow.
Easy claps.
Yes, 2. Here's your chance to attack.
What's next? Who's next?
Go for the enemy's weakness to win.
Look into my eyes.
There, you can go for a weakness.
It's too late for apologies.
That's an enemy down. Good job, Taki.
That's an enemy down.
What to do?
What to do? Give me unicorn. Now we get them both. A freaking genius. You're still not dead. Nice.
Well done. Let's continue exploring.
Oh, we still got the shuffle. Arcana. Oh, I could get this as well. For the hermit. Ah, this is better. That's better. It's just better.
Okay, let's keep on exploring.
It's just better.
Ooh, I spy some treasure.
Holy twists and turns.
It's a group of 3. You have the initiative.
Wait, we don't know what this one's weak to? A grieving?
Now's the time.
Look into my eyes.
That's an enemy down. Good
Go
job.
back to him. Do something different. Let's try some Bufu, maybe? No. Nice. Yay! And that's that. Oh, I can't hold any more cards. The color on the headdress tells you what it is. Wait, the color was silver though. Why was that fire? Am I tripping? Am I missing something? I'm not gonna lie, I don't need Orpheus right now.
Be gone. Just kidding.
Let's do the same thing for our next fight.
It was blue and silver. How does that equal fire? How does that equal fire?
Hey, let's loot that chest.
4 targets, and you have the first.
4 targets.
Go for the enemy's weakness to win.
Ice is weak to what?
Let's see. I'll go with. Not that.
Well, this thing's red and black with fire, so it should be weak to Bufu. I used Bufu, it wasn't weak to Bufu. But I guess you're not. This is different. This is not the headpiece thing. This is different, ain't it?
Here's your chance. You can target a weakness. There.
What am I doing? What to do? Behind my back.
Alright, the enemy's down. Unicorn.
Apology.
Good hit.
Let's go.
You should be able to hit a weak spot.
Very good.
That's an enemy down. Good job, Takeba.
Let's freaking go. We're not gonna die though, because we're not leveled up.
So the enemy's weak to light. Good. That's one less to worry about.
Lulu.
I'll go with.
No, I killed it. But I think I still get the shuffle. No, no shuffle.
Alright, let's get moving.
No shuffle, man. Thunder earrings. Hold on. Reduce electric damage. Purple ivy that is withered. Oh, could sell for a low price. Okay. Holy snuff souls, bro. Snuff souls are really good. Back this way.
Shadow spotted. What's the plan?
I didn't even see that one.
Detecting 3 targets. Take them out. You should be able to hit a weak spot.
Lulu.
Alright, the enemy's down.
Do it.
Here's your chance. You can target a weakness. That's an enemy down. Good job, Takeba.
That's an enemy down. Let's finish these goobers off and get to the next floor. None of them died. Okay. Ooh, yeah.
There, you can go for a weakness. Yuri's taking one down. Yuri's taking one down.
Oh, look, she's getting hurt.
I'll go with not that. What to do?
Hit him with a power slash.
All right, you won.
It's over.
Great work out there.
We were pretty hurt that time. I think healing is good.
And that's a wrap, folks.
Why did she not heal at all right there? She didn't heal like even a little bit. What's that about? What's that about? We LARPing the heal button?
Stairs.
We're LARPing the heal button.
All right, let's get going. There's a shadow.
Okay. Keep going.
Time for a fight.
Only one?
There, you can go for a
It's too easy. Not all heals heal. Wait, who is that supposed to heal?
This is our chance. Let's wipe them out.
Unicorn.
You hit a weak spot. That dealt some damage.
Woo!
Well done.
Oh yeah.
Now let's move on.
And a shuffle time. The whole party will restore 50% of their maximum HP. I would like my team to have more HP.
And that's a wrap.
And we're back. Okay, okay, okay. So now I wonder what the last one said. Now I'm curious.
Oop, I spy.
Now I'm curious.
Detecting 3 targets. Take them out.
Ba-da-ba-da-bip. Ba-da-ba-da-ba.
You can go for a weakness.
Lilu.
All right, the enemy's down.
I can handle it.
Let's all work together so we all use our stuff.
Should be able to hit a weak spot.
Then I'm gonna let him use his Aggie. Because he's the one that can really use some more SP items while we all save ours. I hit the wrong one. Nice. I hit the wrong one. Very good, man. Very good. I'm a freaking goober.
With this opponent.
Bro stood back up.
What's the plan?
Enemy down. Keep that up, Iori.
What's next?
I'm a goober. It's all good though.
Enemy down. Keep that up, Iori.
I'm ready. Leave it to me.
In this situation,
In this situation, it was a little rough, but we got it to work. You're not dead. Are you fucking yo? Ooh, yeah. XP. Okay, that was good.
Now. Hey, it's the stairs.
Careful, the enemy's nearby.
Taking a powerful enemy up ahead. Everyone stay sharp. Okay, those are hearts on their faces. No matter, once you're in combat, analyze enemies. These enemies at the direction. Alright, let's go ahead and go back down to the beginning. I think we can save and then we can go back in there. Chill everybody up too, why don't we? It's a battle time. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Y'all ready for this work?
All right.
All right, let's go.
Move out, squad. Keep your eyes on me.
Detecting 3 targets. Take them out. This may be a good test of your skill.
No. You're resistant to that.
Like this. Teammate down. Try to get them back up.
Damn it. I'm using this.
I'll get him this time.
It's not GG, watch.
Not good. You've been knocked down. Alright, everyone. Takaba's been knocked down. Can you get her up?
Bro, Dougie.
What to do?
These mother truckers are taking no damage.
There. You can go for a weakness.
Angel.
Alright. The enemy's down.
I need you to come back. I need you to come back. I need you to heal everybody. Please don't be weird. Oh.
This is bad. Watch your health. What next?
Thanks.
That was close.
That is not enough.
Ow. What's the plan? Let's go. Angel.
This is bad. Watch your health.
Just now's the time.
That's an enemy down. Good
In
job,
this
Takaba.
situation,
The enemy's down. Good hit.
I need to find the final weakness. Oh my god!
She needs backup. Your health is low. Do you have any healing?
Thanks.
Okay. Oh my god!
What to do?
All right, the enemy's down.
Will-O-Wisp Raven.
Looks like fire won't work here.
Like, bruh. I guess I haven't tried ice on you. Mabufu. Oh, it works.
Now, it's time for a full assault.
I guess. I need to heal him though. Good thing I saved right before this. It took no damage, bro.
How could this happen?
There's not 100 notes to a spray. What is always where their lives await. Our lives merely a journey to the grave. It must not be undertaken without hope. Only then will traveler's story live on. Treasured by those who bid farewell. Alas, my guest's life has been ended. Retry the battle, bruh. Wrap it up. We're not wrapping anything up. Now I know exactly what's going on here.
What to do?
What to do? Mabufu. That did no damage, by the way.
The enemy's down.
It's all you.
Okay. What next? That's an enemy down.
In this
Good job,
situation.
Takeba.
All right. I hope.
Can't stop me now.
I should have done all-out attack, bro.
Not like this. Takeba's been knocked out. Can you get her up?
For real?
That's 2 knocked down. Well done, Iori.
Now's my chance.
Okay, you come back.
Thanks.
My turn. And then we're gonna hurt y'all. Because we can.
The enemy's
Only difficult.
You've been knocked down. Get up quickly.
Oh.
Iori avoided the attack. Great show of skill. How could this happen?
Nice, nice, nice. Nah, this might be a boss of all time, bro. Don't cap. Skip, bro. Yo, retry. We're gonna win this fight. These guys suck.
Prepare your 3 targets. Take them out.
I'll go with.
You know, I'll just fucking do it.
Not that.
I'm ready.
It's all you.
Roger that.
In this situation,
That's an enemy down. Good job,
Pull the trigger.
Pull the trigger. All out attack this time, and then we do it again. Can't get up. Holy.
How's everyone feeling?
How many of these win things do I only have one of them? Perfect.
situation.
Perfect. Nah, I got it now. Nah, I got it now. Y'all mess with the wrong dude. I come from Dark Souls. I don't give up. I'll find a way to win. I'll figure it out. Oh!
Excellent. You avoided it.
Can't let this go to waste. Last one. Hell yeah.
Get out of my freaking lobby. Get out of my freaking lobby, bro.
I'll go with.
Stay on the ground.
Excellent work. You hit a weak spot.
If you hit me again, I will be so upset.
That was close.
Ooh.
Excellent. Copy about dog
In this
attack.
situation,
Thanks, dude. Let's see.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
What to do?
You are done, buddy.
This is our
We're doing a total of negative damage right now. We better get 2 Gadillion experience points. Jeez. Yes. Holy. 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 Oh, hold on. That sounds pretty freaking good to me. 26 HP though? Hold on. Might need to start buying some healing items. Jeez. We won. Seems like we'll keep running into stronger enemies whenever we enter a new area. Akihiko will also be back soon. We could always pick things up once he's ready to join us. Can't wait for Sonata to hop on board. You know, we would do so much more damage if he was with us. Then we'll finally be a 4-man band. You know, the standard for an RPG. Junpei Quest, The Legend of Junpei, Tower of Mystery. Now let us head off, comrades.
Are you stupid?
We don't need you to head off anywhere. Haven't you learned your lesson at all? We need your head screwed on. What do you mean? I've got a perfectly good head on my shoulders.
Oh?
In that case, I suppose there's no need to worry about your studies. Well, about that. Oh, brave Knight Ace, let us hurry and depart. Yeah, can we leave? We can leave, right? Yeah, let's go ahead and head on out of here.
Crap. My bladder's about to burst.
I waited for him for that fight. Oh, you did? I'm a goober, bro. I'm a Dark Souls veteran, bro. Anytime I see a boss, there's always a way to win. There's always a way to win. I'm gonna save the game again, so I don't have to do that one more time. Level 13, that's all it is. All in a day's work. All in a day's work.
good day. Are you accepting a request? Wonderful. Is that...
A toy bow.
Have you gotten used to battling with a persona?
Handheld game console. Disconnected. Nah, that's impressive. Good stuff. Come on, man. Come on, man. We'll be good next time. I got a level 13%. No, my persona isn't level 13 yet, actually. I think we can leave here. I want to do the midterm exams, and then I think we'll call it there. We got a couple more days.
Yes.
Let's call it quits. I can hear people talking.
Hey, did you hear?
I think our school might really be haunted. A friend of my senpai's friend said that they heard a strange voice after school one day.
Excuse me?
No, don't tell me. I really can't handle ghost stories. I'm getting chills. Maybe I should head to the nurse's office.
Seriously?
No way, the nurse's office is that teacher's lair? Are you seriously going? They give you some weird medicine and you might actually end up feeling worse. The teacher who gives out weird medicine? Are they talking about Mr. Edogawa? I already took the medicine. I should visit the nurse's office whenever I feel a little tired after going to Tartarus. First bell has rung. What is there to do? It's not looking like there's anything I can do here today. You said you hate this guy. I wonder why. So Skynox, how you doing?
What do you got on us? Alright, I'll take that. All done here. Come back soon.
How have you been? I'm good. I've been pretty good, you know what I'm saying? The Akatsuki's growing, having a good time playing Deadlock, and now we're playing Persona in preparation for Persona 4. Okay. Chubby student. What? Don't look at me while I'm eating. You're making me feel self-conscious. I can't savor the flavor of my gourmet sandwich, only available for a limited time with you here. Looks like I have enough charm to catch his attention. What do you want? What are you eating? Are you curious? Do you fancy yourself a gourmet? Going on vac tomorrow? Where are you going for vacation? Is that even possible? An unrefined guy like you? I think not. We have to prove it. Well, I could have went to the library today. Vacation, right? Why'd you retype that? If you can pass my gourmet quiz, then I'll believe you. What should I ask? I don't want to make it too difficult. Give me some time to think. Nom nom. Gulp. Ew, what a sandwich. Now the quiz begins. First question is freebie. What's the most popular drink at the cafe over there? Yeah, Tennessee. W Tennessee. Oh, I'm an idiot. Hate that guy. Are you fucking I gotta go to sleep. See you. Have a good day. You too, Sky. Thank you for stopping by, bro. Okay. So let's see where we're actually going to go. Thanks, you're welcome. Oh, the library. We can go to the library to study a little bit. Let me study a smidgen. Smidgen. The couple? But I don't have the thing for them. I don't have the thing for them, though. Man, you really don't like me studying, dude. But it's like, never study ever. I don't have a Hierophant.
Oh, you
get the ramen that has academics in.
What was your name again?
Why that over studying at the library?
Oh, no need to tell me. I was just joking. I'm not that senile. My wife and I were just talking about you.
No.
Tell me, do you like this kind of treat?
So it's literally the worst? There's no... Well, that's why you think you get your academics... Hold on. That's why you think academics takes forever to grow, because you never study. Someone gave it to me, but I have more than enough. Go ahead and take it. Okay. Thank you.
Ah, don't worry about it. You don't have to thank me for something as small as this. You're so polite, I say. You're like his complete opposite.
Dude said my name. I say.
Would you like another to give to a friend? We
I
have
say.
So many. My wife and I would take forever to finish them all.
I'd like that. Courage takes a total of 80 points.
Right then. Here you go. For real.
Okay, what about the other two?
What was your name again?
Goodness, dear.
Charm takes 100. Holy!
My apologies. He's been terribly forgetful lately.
2!
Here you are.
Yo. But the thing is, you can study at night every night. It's not me, bro. Disturbing the peace. What's up, Tricky?
Where'd that boy run off to, dear? He should be here helping customers. Sorry about that.
No need to apologize.
I'm sure you could use another youngster like yourself around instead of talking.
This
to
game
an old man
hates
like
you
me.
being smart.
I'm sure
Damn.
our son will be back soon enough.
Damn.
Right, dear?
Oh, my dear, he's...
He's what?
Oh, that's right. Our son has already passed away. I'm sorry, young man. I apologize on behalf of my son for not being here to greet you.
Dang. Feel like we're growing closer. Holy sadness.
Hey now, the two of you look like you just seen a ghost. It's dark outside. We don't need it to be dark in here too. Come visit us again, will you? We'll be waiting.
I will. I parted with the elderly couple and back to the dorm.
Welcome back.
What's up, dude? Hey, let's go to Tartarus. You said anytime we need to get stronger ASAP. You don't want me leaving you in the dust, right? I'll take down the next big shadow myself. Seem confident. If they have actually, we'll just level anything up that we can. So with the way you're talking, academics is always going to be the last thing you level up, even if you try to get it leveled up early. So I'll just take my time leveling everything up. Couple more days before the exam.
Good morning.
Jams again next week. Are you prepared? You bet. Yeah, plus Ace doesn't progress you towards Yukari. You're right. But I mean, there could be other girls that I like more than Yukari. Just as of right now, she's the best to me. I'll expect good results. If you get good exam scores, I'll give you a little something. Consider it a reward. be honest, I'm not as well prepared as I should be. I'm still preoccupied with monitoring shadows. At any rate, the number of incidents has increased since our last mission. If we can continue to defeat them, we may be able to rid the public of their fear. But the large shadow we encountered recently has clearly much more powerful than the one in April. Even if we include Akihiko in our ranks after he fully recovers, we're still lacking manpower. She wants you bad. I got a little something for you if you pass your exam. Okay.
So that's why.
Invited her for tea. Has everyone been feeling alright lately considering the reason we're in now? Yeah. Yes, May sickness. It's a real phenomenon. We've made it through the brunt of it, but may still be lingering. Now, who's ready for a little question? Mr. Artois, you're up. What's the other name for May sickness, the more casual one? May blues, May days, moody blues. Is it May blues? I think May blues is the answer. Volunteer, fact check me, please. Blues!
Fantastic.
Come on! I got it right. I knew it. I had it. It's believed that the sudden change in schedule on one's new office on our school brings the stress, depressive mood. Thus, we get the May blues. That'll be on the exam, so make sure you write it down. We've still got a couple minutes left. Let's talk about my experience studying in India. I answered correctly. Everyone in class is looking at me with respect. Level up. Come on. I'm gonna get my charm up. Class is ended for today. What can I do? Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Raise his charm. I'm gonna get my charm up. How long are you gonna be on? Until after the exams. Get the exams over and then we're chilling. And changing room, I feel a little bit more mature now. I feel like my charm has increased after drinking the coffee. Only one? Cool. Yes, sir. I'm confident. Haha. It's almost time for the exams. Dopamine. The exams are coming up. How's your studying going? I still remember the second year material well, so I can help you with anything you're unsure of. That'll help.
Yes.
Glad to hear it. We might as well take advantage of living in the same dorm after all. I know these will be your first exams here, but don't forget to help out with others you can too, if you can. Before an exam period, you might find your classmates studying in a dormitory lounge. Collaborative cram says you can raise your academics beyond what you could accomplish by studying alone. Wow, told you, you did! Let's do it!
Yes.
Oh, it's you. I'm helping Akihiko with his studies at the moment. Would you care to join us? I believe we can be of some help to you. I want to go to Tartarus. Let's study. Don't worry about it. Hey, man, thanks, bro. Very well done. Let's begin.
Sorry, Mitsuru. I'm almost done. Yeah, she's letting me copy them. It covers the time I was at the hospital for my checkup.
Why is he shaking like that?
Unwell?
Bro needs to take a dump. Why is he doing that? He's not even actually sitting in the seat. He's hovering.
You help his studies. He ended up in the hospital right after transferring. Might need some help to make up for the class time he's missed.
You do have a point.
What the heck is he
These
doing?
are my notes from last year. You can use them if you'd like. I don't think the content of the class has changed much since then.
Your notes are as perfect as ever. They're easier to understand than the textbook itself.
Flattery will get you nowhere. But I suppose I am rather particular about my note-taking. In class, I listen closely and write down bullet points. Then I organize them later into a more readable format. It's a bit time-consuming, but I find it's overall a more efficient way of reviewing the material. If you plan your day-to-day tasks effectively, test preparation...
I had a girl in high school that was similar to the way she is. I had a crush on her because she had a big booty. And she was tall. I like tall girls, man. And she also played sports. But she was just very, like... Study, school. And, yeah, she hung out with all the other nerdy girls, and I was like, Nah, I don't want story time with A. Listen, bruh. It was a time. Yeah. She was nice. High VOD viewers. I like a tall woman with a nice large ass, like Grammy Award winner Megan Thee Stallion. I don't like a large badonkadonk like Megan Thee Stallion. I like a fit body. Somebody that looks like they work out. Todo? What does that even mean? I appreciate the tips.
You seem to have a knack for this. I'll teach you more
Toto,
of my
JJK?
techniques next time.
Oh, what type of woman do you like?
Right. Efficiency is key. We're all given the same amount of time.
Why the heck is he doing that, bro? Relax. What's wrong with him?
Not even a second of time should be wasted. On that
Tall
note,
woman
shall
with
we
a
return to
bad
studying?
off. Tokyo hot girl. Thanks to these two, I was able to focus on my studies more than usual. Only two? Bruh.
All right, done.
Huh?
It's 4 points.
You're
Okay.
drenched in sweat and that heavy breathing. Are you sure you're...
I'm fine. I've just been squatting over my chair this whole time. Wanted to challenge myself to hold it until I was done with your notes. Working out while studying is quite an efficient use of my time. What do you say?
Why are you like
What a guy. I'm gonna try and unleash my persona if my job keeps going how it is.
If you take efficiency too far, it'll backfire.
You got competition?
Don't follow his example, okay? Well then, I think we've made a fair amount of progress. Let's call it a night.
I gotta see what one-on-one time with Mitsuru is gonna be like before I decide to like her more than Takeba or the student council girl. I don't know. Hey! Not feeling well. The opposite, actually. I ran all the way here. The doctor said I'm almost fully recovered, so I couldn't wait to get some exercise. Oh, he's about to join us. It's about time for me to get back into the ring after midterms next week. I'll be ready for club activities and fighting shadows. That's why I'm trying to make up for lost time. The last thing I want to be is a burden. W-mans, bro. You finna need all 280 academics. I need all 280 to beat her? Is it possible to get all of the charm, courage, and academics in the same run? Even if I'm like not efficient with everything? That's strange. I wasn't expecting the answer to be such a large integer. 50 sextillion times 1020. 260 septillion multiplied by 1820. 10 octillion. 920 septillion. These numbers are too big to fit on the board. Oh, wrong equation. If we instead use our variables in the right one, the answer comes out to be 3. I see. This is a very elegant equation, actually. It's mad annoying. I'm efficient. Should I close my eyes for a few minutes? I'll close my eyes. Get my courage up. No. No. What you mean? Says I'm efficient, then closes his eyes. GG. I got level 3 courage. I'm determined now. Yo. I'm locked in. He did courageous. So Falcon, you been watching Falcon, or do you not like this game at all? Be honest, bro. I know you don't like this game, bro, because you like Minecraft. You want more passive points in academics. You make some sense here. Oh, I could go hang out with Mako again. Holy, everywhere. A little bit, I just know nothing about it. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. It's a really good game, Falcon.
Hey! Have you seen Stripey? We were playing tag, but I don't know where he went.
Who the heck is that? Yo. Why is this kid hanging out with a bunch of older teenagers, bro? It's weird. That dude could even be older. Hold on, let's look what his face looks like.
You don't look so good. Are you sick?
The most Thanos confidant ever, the son.
I'm surprised you could tell.
Huh? You really are sick?
No, I was kidding. You're so easy.
Bro, he's so OP.
No fair, I trusted you. Don't tease me just because I'm a kid.
And who are you?
I'm Mako's friend. It's weird to say. Friends with a freaking preschooler.
I was wondering what you were like. Do you see yourself as her guardian? Or are you simply two children playing together?
Hey, I'm hungry now. I want takoyaki. Takoyaki!
Takoyaki!
You can eat with us too, Stripey.
Stripey!
No, I'll pass, thanks. See you later.
What a slow walk. Well, let me go meet him, bruh.
He's gone. I usually see him around the shrine on Sundays.
Sundays, I'm coming tomorrow.
Okay, it's takoyaki time.
Can't even talk to him yet. Bruh.
It's so hot, I almost burned myself. I remember one time my dad burned his mouth on this stuff because I put too many in his mouth at once. He was like,
You need level 4 academics?
it's my birthday soon. Do you think you'll come home and see me?
Don't worry, he'll be there.
You really think so?
I lied so hard.
My mom always gives me presents on my birthday. But she hasn't asked me what
I'm
I
a
want
W
this
manipulating liar, bro. I don't know anything about his her dad.
I wouldn't get a divorce. You're the only one who spends time with me.
Oh, man. That's so sad, bro. This music's hitting, by the way. Wait, what? Does anybody know this version of this song? This one pulls, homie. I was sad. The piano version of that song, I need to add that to my chills playlist. Do you know what that one is?
Oh, I have to go home. Today's laundry day. If I don't do laundry, the house gets really messy.
Manipulating liar is my middle name. Confidant is sad.
See you later, okay?
Keep smiling through the pain. You got this, Mako. You got this, Mako.
Welcome back.
Hey, welcome. Hey, Takuma, how you doing? Please, Yukatai, you're the only one who can save me. This is the last time, I swear. Why am I the only one? Sigh, fine. Just stop whining. So where did you stop taking notes? Oh, probably like the beginning. Holy. Oh, academics. You do something about this guy? He came crying to me for help studying for the exams. You gotta help me out, Yucatan. Ace, you'll help too, right? Let's study together. Cry, you're gonna make me cry. She's fine.
Man, this sucks. Guess I don't have much choice with Kirijo-senpai getting on my case. She was like, if you fail your midterm, there will be consequences. I feared for my life for a second. You guys are my only hope. Give me a hand here, please.
You can start by taking this seriously. You've been distracted this whole time.
As they say, it pays to be prepared. Gotta get myself in the right mindset first, right? A good study session needs a clean and organized workspace, and the perfect mood for learning. And so, to set that mood, I, Junpei Iori, volunteer.
What? Where is this coming from?
You there, young man! What lecture would you like to hear from the great Junpei? History, arithmetic, literature?
History!
So, you'd like to hear about history, huh?
The big A, June 14th, 2026.
Archaeological team.
Dude, why?
They spend their whole lives
Yo.
excavating, only to find nothing.
I said that like an hour ago.
If you say their career was in ruins, I will hit you.
If only I had
Come on,
clipped
don't
it.
steal the punchline. And don't hit me either. Look, we all need a breather sometimes. What'd you think about the great Junpei's lecture, dude?
Nice change of pace.
Right?
Is
Can't
that
have
the
a good
clip?
study session without a good break.
Oh, please. Don't let yourself get infected by Junpei's influence.
No? What is that? Different one? I don't think y'all be able to hear it, but... Okay. Are you freaking serious? Okay. Yeah, whatever, bro. Bricked. Yeah.
If we keep humoring you, it's going to impact our studies too. Or maybe we should just let you fail. Find out what Kirijo-senpai's consequences are like firsthand.
Whoa, let's not get hasty here. I was just joking around. I'll get serious. I swear. Don't abandon me.
Maybe the best clip. That clip isn't good, bro. We all got down to business and continue studying for the test. Another 4, baby. Well, I actually could get to tier 3 academics.
This goes like that.
The clippiest.
You take that and carry it over to here.
You're down in business for sure? No, bruh.
Hey, man. You mind giving me a little help with this one?
Oh, look who's actually putting the effort in. That wasn't so bad, was it?
About that joke I was telling earlier. Should I pause before the punchline or go with the flow?
Why don't we just pretend this guy doesn't exist and study on our own?
Oh yeah, you and me? Let's go talk about. Let's go to our room. Ikari's such a bitch, bro.
That's enough studying
Bro.
for today. Thanks to you, I got a lot more done.
Bro, no, she's not. Freaking doodad over here. We're trying to study for the midterms so we can get a prize and like be good in school. School's important. And this dude's goofing around, bro. Junpei's the GOAT. Stop playing. I could fix her. There's nothing wrong with her. She's not doing anything wrong. He just continually isn't like taking anything serious. He's not taking anything serious. This is the one time where things should be serious. I don't know what Junpei did to get all this glazing, and people are saying he's the best supporting character. I like Ryuji more right now, no cap. Gunpei's top 3 Persona characters of all time. There's no way. You'll find out eventually, guys. Don't worry. It's almost time for the home shopping show.
It's amazing.
What do you got? Blinding flashlight. There's more freezing spray. Today only. I don't know what those are, so I'm not gonna buy them. Okay, what could I actually do today? Not a shitting thing. Wait! Oh, you said I need academics 4 before I can do anything here? Your deadlock girlfriend. What? Minaha? Let's hang out. Level her up. Academics at some point. I'm running a little late. Albert K. I enter the area. I was on the phone with my mom. Whenever we talk, it's always the same. It's like all she cares about is marrying me off to some dude. Why is it her problem? I want to get married. You'll need a boyfriend first. Let's plan our wedding then. Ooh. I might be the smoothest. No, I'm too smooth with it. I'm too smooth. I'm so good at manipulating everybody to make them like me more. Even without meeting me IRL. Take me, Tatsuya. Maya seems happy. Don't worry. I still got it even at my age. How old are you, bro? It's sexiest to think women can only be happy when they're tied down. Hold on. That's a freak. The other night, I got a little drunky and kind of passed out. Palawanina. Then this old dude was like, you'll never get a man looking like that. I told him to STFU. Damn it. OTL. Sorry. Kind of got off topic. I guess I'm a little tired. But I do feel better now. Here, Tatsuya. This is for you. I used a heal potion on Tatsuya, but there was no effect. Oh, guess your HP was already full. Lemonade. I'm trying to say thanks for listening to all my bitching. I think Maya's opening up to me. I feel like we're getting closer. Manipulation. Excuse me. She needs 4 jobs to fix whatever she's got going on. Limafau. Right. No, right. No, right. Let me just, right. Let's just ruin all the immersion possible, please. No, right. No, right. Right. It's not connecting at all, actually, now. Why is it doing that? It's making the sound, but it's not, and it's not connecting that even a little bit. Holy! You know that older lamer I told you about? He was hanging around in Paluino, so if you see him, don't be nice. I saw him on this weird TV show too. Super creepy. Alright, I better go practice being a good housewife for Tatsuya. My player signed off. I learned about a man from TV who visits Paluinia Mall at night. Decided to log out as well. So maybe I can go see this person tonight. At the mall. At the mall. Oh, it's you. I'm sure you're aware, but midterms start tomorrow. Since you've given so much time to explore Tatsuya, the least I can do is assist you with your studies. On that note, I've arranged a study group for today. I've already invited the others to the dorm, so if you can spare the time, I'd like you to attend. Holy. I could get to +3 right now. She want to assist you for, yeah. She likes me, yeah. But something's over here real quick. I'll be right back. Paluinia. I'm going to the, there's something here apparently. Lies, you lie. Papa lie. Skip that. She likes bad boys. Not tonight. Oh. Well. I was trolling. I'm coming back. Okay, guys. Let's study.
Hello.
Midterms begin tomorrow. Are you adequately prepared? It would be problematic if you neglected your studies because of our extracurricular activities. It won't fully make up for it, but we've decided to hold a group study session with everyone's today. It isn't mandatory, of course, but would you like it to join us? I'll join the study group.
All right.
Took a whole train ride for nothing. Take your seat and let's get started. I like listening to music on the train, bruh.
Yes, correct. The answer is May Blues. Next, for the following sentence. What's the matter, Yuri? Feeling the May blues?
What? Oh, it's nothing.
I'm not gonna lie, all these guys really know how to dress. They got swag.
Hey, dude. Oh, you smell that?
Facts.
That's insane.
Smell what?
You know what I'm talking about? There's this floral scent coming from Kirijo-senpai's direction.
This dude's a gooner.
I know what you mean.
So they all hear it, but the other side doesn't.
Now that's what I'm talking about, Sanada-san. Man, this is heaven. Such grace, such elegance. Truly the fragrance of the upper class.
What?
I'd personally describe it as stimulating. I can almost taste the juicy tenderness.
Yo. What the fuck?
Oh, I was heating up a beef bowl for a late night snack. That was pretty good, right?
A beef bowl? That's what you were talking about?
Yeah, these guys are some weirdos. I've been waiting for this.
Not you too. Come on. Guys like us should be thinking with our, well, not our stomachs.
Bruh.
Sanada-san, you don't happen to have any extra, do you?
No eating until you've gotten some work done. Stay focused. Keep your hand moving.
Me? He was talking. What? The enticing smell of beef bowl motivated me more than usual. What the heck? 3! That's 6. Is that 6? Call it B out. Yeah, bruh.
For goodness sake. All right, if you answer 5 more questions correctly, you can have your food.
Beef. He's like Luffy right now. Beef.
You're like a horse with a carrot dangled in its face.
One mention of food and you finally give a crap. That's all it takes, huh?
She's also hungry.
That should be enough for tonight. Make sure not to eat too much before bed.
All right, we got exams. We got exams. Chat, all hands on deck. First semester midterm exam begin today and will last for 6 days. Lock in. I can hear people talking.
Hold up.
Oh no, there's a test today. I didn't study at all yesterday because I fell asleep. Come on, don't need to lie about it every time. Don't you think it's rude to people who really haven't studied? Sure, it's nice to be smart, but you gotta be considerate of other people's feelings. What the? Whatever. Quit being such a nag. I totally forgot 5 vocabulary words listening to you. Then last night cramming, and now I gotta memorize them all over again. Holy. The first bell has rung. It's time. May Blues is day 1. The last question was a little difficult, but I still feel like I did pretty good. Wait, I thought I was gonna answer the questions. The question seems familiar. Day 2 is pendulum. What is the other common expression used to describe May sickness? May Blues. I have a feeling this is the right answer. Okay, lock in. The question seems familiar. What's it find? Did Leon Foucault? This is the pendulum. Electricity and Jinjumon. I should get some more academics just from doing this for a week. I should go up a full level from doing this. Electricity. The following is generated by a pantograph. Bro, Persona is so good, bro. Persona is so good. I could play this for a very long time. I just know voluntary shrimp overlooking at his notes, typing this out. This question seems really... I think you can look all the answers up because the game's old. But, maybe. You got me. In which historical period were midden most commonly used? The Yamen! I have a feeling this is the right answer.
Yo.
Midterm exam end today, huh? The doctor gives me the okay today. I'll be able to fight with you guys again finally. By the way, I have a favor to ask. You've been doing a good job choosing what day to explore Tartarus and leading the team. You don't seem to have any trouble doing either. So I want you to keep it up. That way I can just focus on getting stronger. What do you say? I don't mind. Now I have like 75% of the questions bank memorized. Yeah, whatever. Wait, I already talked to Mitsuru and she was fine with it. Good luck. Alright. Imagine dressing like that guy every day. Oh, it's our last day of exams. All these questions look familiar. I feel like I did well. I finished today's exam. All right. We finished the exams. Voluntary, how far would you say we are through the game now? I think we've made good progress. Like 20%? Dang. If this was Persona, that would be like 10%. That'd be like 10%, bro. Already 20%? By next Sunday, we should be at like 50 to 60%. Next Sunday, the end of next Sunday, we should be at like 50 to 60%. Oh, man, this is a good game. Do you have DLC? I don't think so. I just bought the base game. Nah. If it doesn't come with it, yeah, I didn't buy the DLC. I don't plan on buying a DLC for this game. Just play the base game. No DLC, bro. Unless the DLC is like the best thing since sliced bread, but The DLC was mid. Okay, well then I'm not doing the DLC. But hey, good game. Great game even. Better than Persona 5? I don't know so far. I got a raid for you. Alright, who we rated? Let me do my outro first. Thank you guys for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, be sure to smack the like button for more Persona content coming at you hot. It's been real and it's been fun, but it has been real fun. Until the next one.